I'm just looking forward to seeing how unsettling it gets. And I see what they're doing right now. They're trying to rebuild the feeling of friendship and normalcy just so they can tear your heart out when they rip it away like they did in Chapter 1. I'm assuming. Okay, so let's see. Let's go ahead and get back to it. Let's see. Yep. Load end of Chapter 1. Alright, so let's get back to it. Alright, and just continue. We already looked through the tips and saw that Mion has big family, lots of uncles. Speaking of which, I wonder why afternoons always make you feel sleepy like this. Speaking of being super sleepy. I think it's because you've spent your whole day doing shit. You just, I don't know. Mion spoke in a voice that went so far as to make whoever heard it lethargic. You want a medical explanation for sleepiness? I could say it, but it'll just make you more sleepy. Don't do this to me. Don't do this. Spare me. It was almost 3 o'clock. Yeah, the 3 o'clock sleepies. That's why I sleep through it. 6th period was almost over. By the way, Satoko and everyone else in the lower grades ended their school day after 5th period, so they were probably running around at the schoolyard right now. I could hear their joy-filled voices coming from there right now. Oh, what I would give to be able to join them. Hey, Rena. Mi-chan, you're the class representative, so you have to try harder. No going to sleep. Let me see. You see, rather than the class representative, I'd rather be the president of the boxing club. They get to sleep a lot. Huh? What makes you think that? At the boxing gym, they're always hitting the sack. Get it? My fucking god, Mion. I get it. Was not expecting the bam. The teacher cackled as she hit the back of Mion's head with the corner of a textbook. Hey, madam. That's all from me. I'll leave it at that for today. Representative, please direct the class. Everybody stand up. At attention. Mion, who had been half asleep, became lively again the moment she heard class was over. It must be delightful to be that shrewd. Homeroom was done after the lower grades had finished their lessons, so we were free to go. It was one of the odd rules we had as a mixed grade school. When they knew class was over, Satoko and Rika-chan returned to the classroom. Club time? Is it club time? Good work today. Alright, it's time for a happy fun club activities. Yeah, let's go. That may possibly go south, but we'll see. I'm waiting to see when things go south. Yeah, that's right. What should we do today? Hey, Mi-chan. Why don't we continue what we started yesterday? Yes, we should do that. To have it end like that when things were getting good, I won't accept it. Now, I know how you feel, but let's save that for another time. Something like that shouldn't be done somewhere dinky like a classroom after school, but a grander stage. I'm down whenever, but some of the younger guys said they'd watch me in the finals. So let me know ahead of time. Whoa, Keiichi-kun, you're amazing! There's people cheering you on? Cheering you on? I wonder if there's anybody cheering on Rena. Oh, I'm sure plenty of people are, honey. I couldn't help but watch as Rena entered her pining maiden mode. I'm not gonna pull any punches, but I'll pray for your victory, Rena. With that saccharine, I think it's saccharine, Keiichi brand smile, I ruffled Rena's hair roughly. What? Keiichi-kun? What are you? Oh, honey. Rena turned bright red and short-circuited, smoke billowing from both her ears. Gazing into her eyes, a strange scene of me holding hands with Rena and skipping through a flower bed was reflected there. Someone's down bad. Even if it wasn't somebody else's imagination, it was terribly troubling. Meet Keiichi, the Rena killer. When Rika-chan said that, everyone burst out laughing at once. That Rena is a Satoko and Rika-chan killer, though. It may be true that we can't win against Rena, but we won't lose to Keiichi. Oh? This is becoming a pretty interesting relationship map. Our strengths kind of interact like in rock, paper, scissors. But that doesn't include Mion, does it? Of course not. It doesn't matter who it is, I won't lose. Mion leered with the gaze befitting of a club president. No, befitting of an empress. The mood in the room became way more lively. There was no way in there, but anyway. It was as good a moment as any to get started. Well now, let's get started nice and easy. Yeah, so then, Mi-chan, what shall we do today? Mion let out a small interjection as she rummaged through the so-called club locker. Every time I look, there's always a ton of things crammed in there. Pardon? Everything that's jammed in that locker is a game of some kind, you know? On top of that, things used for penalty games like cat ears and collars were kept in there. The capacity of that thing is unfathomable. What, was it built by Mary Poppins? That locker. Maybe it actually extended through the wall into the 4th dimension. That's my theory, anyway. So instead of a bag of holding, it's a locker of holding. If not that, then how else could you explain how someone could pull out item after item? After Mion touched her hand to her chin briefly in thought, she turned around without pulling out any games. Why don't we try and keep it a bit simple today? Playing games that require lots of pieces all the time can be a little bland, right? It doesn't matter what game it is. If everybody plays together, we can have fun. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Red and I both expressed our agreement. I feel the same way. With this group, there's no doubt even if we were pulling weeds from the school grounds, it would be fun. That wouldn't be fun for me. Pulling weeds or whatever. What do you think this is? Animal Crossing? Ah, that's right, isn't it? By the way, Satoko, could you stop reading people's minds by looking at their expressions? Whatever you're thinking is always written all over your face. You have the worst poker face. So I always know right away. I've always been told that, but ever since I transferred, it seems like it's been especially bad. I need to develop a poker face or I could be in for a rough time. Alright, everybody pay attention. I'm going to explain the rules. We all immediately cut the idle chatter and put on stern expressions. It's go time. In no time at all, everybody's gaze focused like a tiger or a shark, listening intently. That's right. From the point where the rules are explained, the match has already begun. Today's game is probably better known as a party game. It's called Sympathy. Has anybody heard of it before? Sympathy. It means to share someone's feelings, right? Huh? Maybe I might know this. Mi-chan, maybe it's the game where we choose a topic and everybody writes down the first word that comes to mind? And the more people who share the same answers, the more points are awarded? In that case, Rena knows about it. Ah, I remember. I recall playing a game like that in grade school while we were on the bus during a field trip. I'm not familiar with this game. I would like an explanation. First of all, we have the leader choose a topic. For example, if they choose desserts. So Toko-chan, when somebody says dessert, what's the first thing that you think of? Let's see here. Pudding or something. Okay, in that case, Satoko, you would write down pudding on your memo pad. Then everybody reveals their answer at the same time. If there's 2 or more people who wrote down pudding, they get points. The more people who write down the same answer, the more points are awarded. So if everybody writes down the same answer, that's a max of 5 points. In other words, the trick is to think so that what you write down is the same answer as everybody else. We gotta be in sync. It was exactly as Rika-chan said. The point of this game was to think in a way so that you have the same answer as everybody else. Interesting. See, it sounds simple enough, but thinking about how this club works and how cutthroat they act with these games, I'm like, now how are they gonna screw around with it? For example, even if you heard the word dessert and immediately thought of strawberry sundae, if your answer doesn't match up with everybody else, you don't get any points. That's why you have to hold off on that answer and change to one that seems like everybody else will choose. The key becomes not what you think yourself, but being able to predict what everybody else will answer. It's a very high-level intellectual game. For Satoko's sake, let's try practicing for 1 round. Okay. For this round, seeing as I'm club president, the leader will be me, alright? The topic can be something random. Satoko is the, little blonde girl. Taking out her literature textbook, she began flipping to a random page. Alright then, this is the only practice round. The first topic is shaved ice. When you say shaved ice, there's only one answer, isn't there? Among the standard flavors of shaved ice, there's strawberry, melon, and blue Hawaii. Dude, I wish we had more melon-flavored stuff here in the States. And I'm not talking watermelon, I mean like the honeydew melon. That shit. I love me melon. Yep, see? Even there. The most popular among those is obviously melon. Everyone wrote down an answer? Then everybody show theirs at the same time, okay? Ready, go! That said, I do love watermelon flavor, but just like honeydew melon flavored stuff is peak. It's strawberry, melon, uji gintoki. What the fuck is uji gintoki? Strawberry, strawberry. What? I'm the only one with melon? You guys, don't go doing something so mundane as picking strawberry as the well, I mean, my mind went to strawberry, bro. That's on you. Well, strawberry or cherry. Some sort of red. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Hey, Rena, would you actually order strawberry shaved ice? The first thing that always sells out at summer festivals is always melon, isn't it? I appreciate you looking it up. Now I know it's a type of tea. Tea-flavored shaved ice. I mean, it probably wouldn't be bad. Probably like a fancy way to have iced tea, I guess. Interesting. Rena also likes melon flavor, but really, it's all about the strawberry, right? Right? Kei-chan, if I was to pick, I would actually choose melon. But you see, this is a word association game. If somebody says shaved ice, the first thing you think of is strawberry. I'm still not entirely convinced, but in any case, it's this type of game. I feel like I'm pretty sure that I've played a Jackbox Party game kind of similar to this recently. God, I want to play Jackbox Party games. Rika, what exactly did you write? Is that a type of shaved ice? It's uji. I had a feeling it was Rika's. I had a feeling. It's uji gintoki. It's incredibly delicious, you know? Well, it might be delicious, sure, but It's not exactly run-of-the-mill. Still, it's a pretty refined choice. I joined, but I know how to. Why would they get mad at you for being good? Sounds like they have skill issues. Ch.2, did this help you get a good idea? There were 3 people who wrote down strawberries, so those people get 3 points. Right. We compete to see who can get the most. Yeah, I've got it. More importantly, Mion-san, what shall we do about today's penalty game? You know, the important part. Oh, there's going to be one after all. Well, of course, Brenna, it's a club activity. We always gotta have punishment. What will it be? What will it be? What should it be? Kei-chan, you have a suggestion? What? For the penalty game? When I was in elementary school, there was a penalty game. Yeah, I don't know who's saying that. It can only be... that. Schlepping? Elaborate. In other words, that thing where the loser has to carry around everybody else's baggage. Yeah, it's like... I would take schleep. It happened often to the boys. Elementary school kids walking around completely covered in backpacks. You see it a lot. But how will we do that? Satoka-chan and Rika-chan's houses are the complete opposite direction from ours. That's the point! Then how about the loser carries just the winner's stuff to their house? That makes it less punishing, but okay. Getting everybody's stuff to their house would involve covering a pretty sizable distance. Oh well, I was expecting it to be more cutthroat, like, oh well, deal with it. But anyway, oh yeah, just that much might be alright. I guess we gotta consider, like, if Satoko or Rika got it. Anyway. Somehow, today's penalty game is pretty simple. With a penalty game of this level, it wouldn't even be fun to make Keiichi-san do it. Then, shall we raise the stakes a bit? Not just playing Porter. Ta-da! What do you got? How about we have someone schlep stuff around dressed in this? Is it a maid outfit? Is it a maid outfit? I knew it would be a maid outfit! I fucking knew it! Why a maid outfit of all things? Yep, and get the catboy ears on Keiichi when he loses. Do it. Not to sound like a weirdo about high schoolers, I'm just saying it would be funny. Anyway. Oh, it's cute and all, but no way! But you see, what do we do if Keiichi-san loses? If we don't have a size that fits him... I'm sure you got paper clips or something, or like safety pins. You could pin it to make it fit. Oh, I didn't let that little detail get by. Did you actually get maid outfits in everyone's size? I have a nice extra large size one prepared just for Kei-chan. So, Kei-chan, are you ready? Shinji getting the maid outfit. Anyway. So, Kei-chan, you ready? I'm going to have you walk around outside dressed up as a maid. From the headband to the garter belt, even the underwear, I've got it all prepared for you. Damn, she really was ready. This is insane. Why do you have every possible size of that type of thing in that locker? Because it's Mion. I've noticed my less savory mood success. That is why hydration is important. Hydration check, everybody. I don't have water, unfortunately, so... But I do have a drink. Though I may get fussed at for it being a Monster Java coffee energy drink. But still, anyway, hydration is important. either hydrate or you dihydrate, bro. Yeah, I needed the pick-me-up when I picked up my meds earlier, so I was like, alright, let me just get some energy coffee. I just need that. I swear, this doesn't even give me zoomies. It just makes me get, like, to the normal level of energy for other people. Quote-unquote normal. That said, I do not try to rely on them. It's really, like, only every so often, or if I have a closing shift that I don't know if I can get through, so I, like, really only use it when I feel like I'm gonna need it. It's not like I have them on the daily. That's not healthy. Hey, anyway. This is bad, Keiji Maibara. Somehow, it's become a situation where only my failure results in an overly cruel price to pay. I don't know, I feel like it like, if you're the winner, it'd be very embarrassing for the girls. I don't know, either way, it would have some level of embarrassment. Sure, it would be way more embarrassing for you, but I don't know. Might be, anyway. But yeah, for you, it would definitely be hella embarrassing, so let's see. What if I make a mistake and lose? Well, then just don't lose. That's the rule. That's one of the rules of the club. Don't just do your best to win. I wouldn't be able to walk around in broad daylight anymore. Ah, sure you could. Nah, high school worries. Wait, hold on. Why are things shifting? What? Hold on. Why do we got the spooky music? Hold on. Oh, ma'am. About that Maibara boy. Unless this is him, like, this is his, like, worst case scenario playing out in his brain, probably. But still. Also me getting hopeful. Did you hear about him? It seems like he has a penchant for cross-dressing. Good for him. Anyway. Oh my, really? That'd be so embarrassing, you know. Well, granted, I know Japan is a lot more conservative, especially since this is a game from the 80s, I believe, or it takes place in the 80s, so I get it. But still, anyway. Yeah, it's just him picturing worst case scenario. Damn it. You got my hopes up, game. Got my hopes up. This game is teasing me. Yeah, that's way too harsh. It's just incredibly brutal. See, it would have been fine if we were just like, nah, let's just, yeah, it would be kind of harsh to have everybody carry to have the loser carry everybody's stuff to all the different houses so far apart from each other. That'd be kind of rough. Oh, yeah. Anyway, now whoever loses has to wear a maid outfit. See, it's like you just had to say something. It's like, no, see, it's like, no, the club can't just go easy. That's not how this works. We don't go, yeah, you're right. Let's just tone it down a bit. Yeah, June 8, 1983. Yeah, somewhere around there. That's just incredibly brutal. If we're to return this penalty to some semblance of normalcy, now is the only time. Well, anyway, get in the main outfit. Everybody, I think we should refrain from this unwholesome penalty game. Why, on the way back home from school, do we have to be accompanied by a girl wearing a maid uniform and carrying our baggage? Having them say, master... okay, we didn't say that, okay? You don't have to act like a maid. What are... My boy, where is your brain going? You're just carrying stuff and wearing the outfit. You don't... I say... dressing the part versus acting the part. There's a difference, buddy. While dragging them around the village in such an embarrassing outfit, now he's excited, panting. Calm the fuck down. Yeah, what's so unwholesome about a maid outfit? They're very cute. Anyway, wait, why am I panting? See, calling yourself out, bud. Good job. What is this feeling welling up inside me? Don't make me get Officer Bonk in here. Don't make me drag the Shiba Inu with the bat in here. Hey, let's just make it a normal penalty game. Wait, Keiji-kun has frozen stiff. I will refrain because these are high schoolers. Anyway. Burning with passion, I firmly placed my hands on Rena's shoulders. Rena, there is no problem with the penalty game. I'm calling it now. Keiichi's gonna lose. I just have to win. That's right, everybody. I turn to everybody with an idiotic grin, my pearly whites flashing with a brilliant gleam, and... God, someone needs to bonk this... you. Refrain from making a joke about stiff. Anyway. Oh, K-chan, you've come around to the idea, eh? No matter what the penalty game is, there's no reason to be afraid. You just have to win. Sure, liquor, let's go with that. You just have to win. Right, everybody? Yeah, yep, that's it. You just win. You just win, bro, just win. You just gotta win. Yeah. From me on to Rika, everybody energetically thrust their fists up high. Only Rena seemed somewhat undecided, standing there looking flustered. She's a little bit slow, isn't she? If she wins, even for Rena, it's quite a delectable opportunity. Hey, Rena. Don't you see this as a pretty big opportunity? Rika-chan or Sutoka-chan in a maid outfit, coming right to your doorstep. This is a historically great chance, isn't it? Well, see, now that you said that, she's gonna win, because you just activated cute mode. Rena began spouting a fountain of blood from her nose. The look in her eyes completely changed. She shifted into cute mode. I was waiting for this, Rena. That look in her eyes. To my doorstep? You're literally gonna take them home, honey. Exactly. It's not like Keiichi-kun and Mi-chan wouldn't be good, too. She's like, all of you would be good. Alright. Looks like everybody's prepared themselves. Get your memo pads ready. First question. Ready? Seriously, I'm putting my money on Keiichi losing. So far, I haven't had to make a choice in the game. It really is so far, like, strictly, like, visual novel. So currently, pre-written. I don't know if choices come up later or not, but we shall see. Anyway. Mion opened up her textbook to a random page and read out a word that caught her eye. The first topic is... summer break. This is yet another quite abstract keyword. Melon. Yeah, smashing melons on the beach. That's something they do on beach episodes in anime. My ADHD kicked in for a second. I'm gonna shut up. Anyway. Well then, let's not worry about it too much and start with something like this. Everybody good? Time to show them. Ready? Go! Share the series. My brain went places not even related to this game. Okay, fine. My brain went places not even related to this game. But when I was thinking of, like, smashing melons on the beach, and my brain was like, man, that'd be really cool if we did that in America. Smashing melons, breaking melons, smashing a buff woman smashing a melon between her very nice thighs. My gay brain kicked in. My gay brain kicked in. Not even related to this game. I just went gay for a moment. Gay took up all my thoughts. Anyway. On Mion's signal, everybody simultaneously held up what they wrote. I just like violence. Violence fun, yes. Let's see, what did everybody write? Summer festival, fireworks, mosquito coils? Is mosquito coils just what they called, like, the mosquito lights that attract the mosquitoes to... Anyway. Oh, Rena and I have the same answer. Alright, 2 points. Okay. But Sutoka's fireworks is pretty good, too. Coils are the, I think firework fuse. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so it's a type of firework. Got it. Firework is a bit slow burn, kind of likes to okay, gotcha. Anyway. Rika's mosquito coil is a very nice seasonal choice as well. All the choices are quite invigorating. It's almost summer break, isn't it? I wonder how we'll spend it this year. Invigorating words that invoke the image of summer break. Certainly things that enrich the soul. As everybody approaches this soon-to-come summer break, a plethora of dreams should be etched upon their thoughts. By the way, Keiichi-san, what did you... Yeah, I was like, there were 4, not 5. What did Keiichi-san write? Hurry up and show us. Watch it be swimsuits. I didn't really write down anything that great. No. Showing us is part of the rules. Now come on. Stop it. Don't look. It's swimsuits. It's swimsuits. Hope. What? Bro, what? Why did you... Alright, KG, explain your thought process. First off, why would anybody else write that? Second of all, explain your thought process. Explain. I need... Use your words. Explain this to me. Explain. I don't understand. The room went silent. Even the streamer also went silent. Nobody could really follow up that response. It's as if my impertinent answer had somehow sullied the wonderful dreams of the coming summer break. Yeah, because we don't think about homework on summer break, bro. Keiichi-kun's summer breaks were never fun, were they? It's alright. Let's spend the summer this year with everybody. We won't leave you by your lonesome. Aww. Rika-chan gently petted my head. What exactly did summer break mean to me? Summer courses. Observing sunflowers. Practice exams. Special summer focus seminars. I know nothing of hot sun. Well, this summer, you're gonna... I was gonna say, this summer, you're gonna live a proper summer, but then I remembered what this game is. Or what this novel is, because we're still in just novel mode. Right? Because I've always been in an air-conditioned cram school. The tears, they... Kei-chan's summer breaks were always devoid of hopes and dreams, weren't they? Sobbing. Don't look at me with such pity in your eyes! Don't look at me! This game called Sympathy may be more terrifying than I could ever imagine. Bro, I need to remind you, think about what other people would put, please. It was usually... Aww. Patting you. Well, anywho, Rena and I get 2 points each. Let's keep going. Next is... fish. So it's fish. That's even broader than summer break. Come to think about it, I haven't eaten sushi in a while. Oh yeah, I suppose that would be a good answer. By the way, rather than lean tuna, I'm quite the connoisseur on things like flounder. Tuna, best fish. I wonder who will match with this answer. I hope you just put sushi and not something specific. Because for a Japanese person, anyone would think of this. You sure? Let's see. Alright, everybody. This time we'll start from mine. Ready? Go! Sushi. How about that for an answer? Yeah, okay. Sushi's not a bad answer in my opinion, though the boing makes me wonder. When you see a lively fish, do you want to steam it or grill it? No, to have fresh sashimi is the epitome of cuisine. Rather than write sashimi, however, I'll choose the more amiable term in sushi. That is my cunning ploy. But contrary to the intrepid resolve of my reply, everybody's expression was listless. Oh, that's right. When you say fish, I see. Sushi is tasty, isn't it? Stop talking to me in that consoling tone! Stop it! Well then, should the rest of us show our answer? What the fuck did y'all put? I don't even know what I would put in this situation. Ready, go. Dolphin. Whale. Aquarium. Okay, we got a match. There's a match. Honestly, my brain first went to, like, Animal Crossing because of fishing in that game, so... I mean, dolphin, whale, aquarium. Freaking, I have the same answer! That's 2 points. Rena picked whale, eh? I thought about that too, but I ended up picking dolphin. Oh, really? Rena wanted to write dolphin at first, but Rena didn't think anybody else would write it. Either one of them is very cute. Everybody, excluding me, stopped and stared blankly as their thoughts shifted over the horizon. It seems as if they can hear the roar of the open sea from over there. This means everybody has 2 points. Well, everybody but Keiichi-san. Keiichi totally losing at this, right? Keiichi-kun's answers were worth 0 points. But Rena thinks they were very unique and interesting. Interesting. Yeah, that's the problem. Keiichi, don't think unique. Think, what would everybody else think? Come on, get your head in the game. To immediately think of food when you hear the word fish. Kei-chan, you should really be ashamed of how destitute your soul is, huh? Sobbing. Don't say something like my soul is destitute! The 2 random capital U's in there. Besides, what's with Mion and Rena's answers anyways? Those aren't even fish, those are mammal- I was thinking that. My animal person brain just being like, aren't those mammals? Objection overruled. I mean, because technically they were answers that were given. Whether they were right or wrong, it's still an answer that was written down. You could write down cats, because a cat catches fish, and it would still work. What a horror game this is today. As the games pile on, it seems as if I will be further exposed as a petty human being. So get your head in the game, boy. You can do this. Come on. I'm the only one who still hasn't earned any points. Get in the right outfit, protect. I want to at least get a point in the next round. Oh, then get your head in the game. Get your head in the game, Keiichi. Get your head in the game, or get your butt in that maid outfit. Alright, the next topic is Sakura. Admittedly, my brain went ninjas. My brain went ninjas because Sakura and Naruto, but then it was like, no wait, what about Card Captor Sakura? There's a lot of good Sakuras, but even just like the treat. There's also Sakura Onigiri. There's a lot you could do with Sakura. This is gonna be interesting. Admittedly, I have not seen much of Cardcaptor Sakura. I saw it when it was briefly on air back when I was a kid, but that's it. I need to sit down and watch it. I have a long list of anime I need to watch. Alright, next topic is Sakura. Damn it! This time I'll do it. Keep your cool, Keiichi Maibara. Don't think what you would normally think. Exactly. Didn't you establish that, like, at the start when you're like, right, it's an intellectual game, you gotta think what other people would think, and then you just didn't do that? Like, well, boy. Granted, same. That sounds like something I would do. I can't criticize you too much. Everybody else here is a girl. Stop thinking like a man. If you write down Sakura Mochi here... Yep. Okay, yeah, Sakura Mochi. That might have been what I was thinking. Anyway. You'll only be repeating the tragedies of the past. Watch them all write down Sakura Mochi this time. Throw away that gastrocentric male sensibility. Just for now, think of yourself as a girl. You are a girl. You are a girl. I am a girl. We love and accept you, Keiichi. Everybody finished writing? Let's do it. Keiichi-san, if you don't start getting points right now, won't it be a bit dangerous? This time it's perfect. I've completely suppressed my own instincts. This time, I will have a match. No, I will make it match. I'm just starting to get through some... Acro Trip. Can't say I've heard of that one. But also, great job on finishing Higurashi. Also, I'm just gonna throw it out there while we're thinking of anime backlogs. Under the bridge. Okay, while thinking of anime backlogs, if anybody here has not seen, like, Full Metal Alchemist, like, OG and Brotherhood, check out both of those. Okay, Full Metal is, like, for me, that is peak. That is peak. And I know people say only check out Brotherhood because it follows the manga better, but I do think that the original anime also brought some interesting concepts to the table that are worth appreciating. So, check out both. That is my anime recommendation. Top anime of all time. Alright, anyway. Keiichi-kun, you seem pretty confident about this one. You see, this time, Rena thought like a boy, so I could... Oh no! Sakura emoji! Oh, honey. Oh, honey. I like them too. I wrote it down. I know! If everybody writes down Sakura emoji. Rena and Rika giggled at each other. At least they get 2 points. Alright, Keiichi. What did you write? Now is not the time to think with your stomach. Well then, did Keiichi-san write the same answer as me? I put down Hanami. That's right. When you say Sakura, it just has to be Hanami, yeah? I wrote that down too. Also going to watch through Season 3 of ReZero. Nice. I got up to Season 2, I believe. I love ReZero, honestly. Such an interesting concept. I need to get back to it. Yeah, Hinami, I believe... I don't want to sound like an idiot, so let me Google it up to be sure. Hinami? Oh, hold on. Hinami... Meaning, not characters, please. Positive and no, it's just telling me names. It's just telling me names. Name meaning, name meaning, name meaning. Depending on the kanji. Baby names, baby name. I don't... That's not what I'm looking for. I want to say it's like a type of Sakura festival. Because I know there are festivals where they like celebrate the Sakura trees. I want to say that's what Hinami is, but I could be mistaken. Because I am not actually Japanese. I do not know the culture that well. Flower viewing. There we go. Yeah. I've been saying Hinami. It's Hanami. I should know that because Hana means flower. Fucking... I put in Hinami because I'm a fucking idiot. Catboy. That's a point for the Catboy. Yeah, flower viewing. So I was correct in what I was imagining. I just happened to put it in wrong. Because I'm a silly. Anyway. -1 point. But yeah, anyway, ReZero. That's another good anime that I would definitely recommend. I want to get some friends on that once we catch up on JoJo's, I swear. I still need to see Season 3. I also need to catch back up on Overlord. I also need to catch back up on My Hero Academia. I need to catch up on a lot of things! Anyway. I wrote that down too. Okay, so they're talking about the Hanami Festival. Nice. I am in part 6 right now with Jolene. And then, my friends, as soon as we catch up on the anime, they want us to sit down and do, like, basically like a book club with each other. We're all just gonna sit down and read it in manga form together. I've been loving it so far. Let's see. Miyama Satoko's response was, Hanami. Hanami. Seriously? Dude, that's where my... like... Excluding anime, that's kind of also where my brain went. That's the kind of event where old geezers getting drunk and doing all sorts of depraved things is the standard, isn't it? You're talking to the girl who calls herself an old man, buddy. I need to watch part 6 at some... Oh no. I will say so far my favorite part has been part 5. I won't say much more than that in case, you know, because I don't want to spoil shit. Anyway. And why of all times did you just decide to abandon answering from a girl's point of view? Well then, K-chan, what sort of girly response did you write down? It's nothing. It's not nothing. Let's move on to the next topic. Moving on. Before I knew it, Rika-chan had circled behind me and was intently reading the memo I had hidden behind my back. Cardmaster Sakura! There's our card captor right there! I wouldn't give him points for that one. That's actually a good answer. Yeah, that seems like the consensus with my friends right now, too. Like, I love the characters of Part 3, but we keep constantly jokingly calling them the Himbo Squad, because, like, whenever they're all together, they just lose brain cells, and the episodic format was kind of hit or miss. Like, overall, I still had fun watching it, but compared to all the others, it's like, yeah, I get it. Honestly, I think that's how I would rank it too, so far. Alright, let's see. It became dead quiet. The abrupt silence enveloped the room. It would be fine if somebody at least laughed at me or played it off as something dumb, but nobody even flinched. Yeah. Granted, I did hear that, Araki, the creator of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, was in a really bad depressive episode while writing Part 3, and a lot of people think that comes across pretty clearly on that part, so I can kind of understand it, and I understand the struggle, so I'm glad he made it out of it. I'm glad we have more awesome JoJo's content. Anyway, the feeling in the pit of my stomach reached critical mass, causing my once blood-drained face to flush with a sudden wave of heat. Sakura can only mean Cardmaster Sakura, can't it? It's a super popular anime that's broadcast every week on the government-run networks. It's broken through to every demographic from little girls to grown men. You've seen it, haven't you? No, you've definitely seen it. Even I've seen it. Yeah, even without the forced explanation, I know about it. It's that thingy where she fights in a different costume every week, right? Yeah, I know. Yep. It's cute, isn't it? Rena sometimes browses through it at the magazine stand to keep up with the story. I saw it for the first time recently. Sakura is cool and so cheerful all the time. I am liking this Sakura praise because, yes, I love Sakura. Even though my first exposure to her was the, Tsubasa Reservoir Chronicle anime. Which, based on what I've seen people say, maybe it's a good thing I didn't finish that anime. I might as well just continue I might as well just pick the manga back up. Anyway, I like that girl who's always filming with the camcorder. Anyway, Sakura, yes, love her. It's not just popular with little girls, but also surprisingly well received by older boys, isn't it? Also, it's got canon LGBT characters, let's fucking go! To think that K-chan was one of those. I felt like I had inadvertently blurted out something unnecessary and had completely self-destructed, but it's all good. It's all good. If you gotta step away, you gotta step away. All good. You aren't missing much, just people praising Cardcaptor Sakura. That's it. I felt like I had inadvertently blurted out something unnecessary and had completely self-destructed, but that wasn't the main problem. Yeah, apparently he wrote down Cardmaster Sakura for his answer. And everyone's been like, oh yeah, I know of it, that's a good show, Sakura's really cool. Even though nobody else wrote it down, so he's still at 0. yeah, anyway, Sakura is awesome. Card capture Sakura, let's go. But that wasn't the main problem. So, you all know it, don't you? Then why didn't you write it down? Sakura means Sakura Kinomoto. Sakura-tan. Cardmaster Sakura is the right answer! You should have just gone with Sakura Mochi, buddy. You would have had 3 points of your point. My Siamese cat just woke up, did a big yawn and mood. Your cat is such a mood. My cat is sleeping on my new soft, fuzzy Sherpa blanket. I swear she's been, like, dragging it over to purposely lay on it. Cats are silly. Mion quietly put her hand on my shoulder. Kei-chan, now I am certain. Kei-chan, you are, to your very core, a geezer. Irrevocably so. Yeah! Why is everybody looking at me with those eyes filled with pity? Because you are so losing. You are so losing. Think like the others, okay? Don't worry about gender. Don't worry about your isolated lifestyle. Think of the others. That's not true, Keiichi-kun. Okay, let's do our best. Here's where the comeback begins. There's no coming back for Keiichi-san the geezer. But also, I feel like it hits extra hard considering he's being called a geezer by Mion, initially. Who openly refers to herself as this old man. So... Now give up quietly and accept your penalty. What was today's penalty game again? You're doomed. Dressing up as a maid complete with a hairband and garter belt while carrying around the winner's stuff. No! You brought this on yourself, bud. Because you blinked. Alright. If you're real members of this club, show me you won't let anybody come back from this disadvantage. Alright, let's keep it rolling. In other words, show him no mercy. Destroy him. I guess they're just gonna cut to the end where he loses. Bonus points for all the card capture Sakura praise, though. He totally lost, didn't he? You've gone crazy, haven't you? That's manic laughter, ain't it? Oh, Keiichi-kun seems happy? Why? How can this be? He's probably awoken to the joys of cross-dressing. Keiichi-kun, your hairband is going to fall off. Let me fix that for you. Rena cheerfully adjusted the hairband that had been enshrined upon my head. How does it feel, Kei-chan? You don't know that yet. There still may be a CG of it. Have you awoken to the pleasures of wearing girls' clothing in front of actual girls? Be honest now. It's alright. We won't laugh. You jerk. I'm gonna murder you. Funny you say that, considering this game, or this novel. Anyway, swinging Mion's bag around about wildly, I chased her in circles for a bit. Today's loser was quickly decided to be me. You just couldn't get your head in the game, buddy. Skill issue. When I had been assured of finishing last, Mion showed her true power. She began racking up points with an iron fist. In the end, we didn't even have to add up the score to know who was on top. After that, in the changing room, with much wailing and gnashing of teeth, pushing the boundaries of shame and brutality, I was instructed by Mion on how to put on everything from ribbons to underwear. Damn you, Mion. What do you mean knowing this will come in handy one day? You never know, it might. How the bloody hell will a man knowing how to put on a garter belt be useful? Shush, Kei-chan, you're too loud. If you stay quiet, you might be able to pass this off as a rehearsal for a play. She's right. If you cause a scene here, they'll find out that you're wearing women's clothing, right down to the unmentionables. Oh, I shuddered from head to toe, resisting the urge to scream. Actually, Kei-chan, you have really smooth skin. Are you often told that it's easy to apply makeup on you? Saying that, Mion gently rubs my cheek. Oh, a kind of man gets praised for being easy to apply makeup on them. And here's where I point out that men wear makeup all the time. In Hollywood. It is not unmanly. Even the manliest of men in Hollywood will put on makeup. For a scene. And also so the camera captures them better. Fuck gender norms. Anyway. How does it feel wearing a maid's hairband? It really finishes off the look. The hairband is the best part of a maid outfit after all. What do you mean, finishes off the look? Dumbass, stop teasing me! You're making it too easy. Keiichi-kun is embarrassed. Cute. That's right. Men like things like garter belts, right? So, how does it feel to be wearing one yourself? I don't really feel anything. Hey, stop it! Don't flip it up! It's tight, isn't it? Can you feel it rub against your skin as you walk? You are teasing the fuck out of him. Also, not my dumb. You were. It's all good. It's all good. It's probably the pointy ears. Stop! Don't whisper such strange things in my ear. My miserable manhood suddenly shifted. You're turning red. You're turning red. Have you finally realized it? That's right. Right now, Kei-chan is exactly the type of maid that every healthy male Stop it, Mion. Really? Why do you have to whisper that right in my ear? Have you ever just wanted to hold a maid close to you? Kei-chan, you've currently become one with that maid. Don't you see? That's a distance far closer than mere touch can ever achieve. There, can't you hear that pulse? That breath? Mi-chan, that's... On the verge of overheating, a long red line flowed out of Rena's nose. Putting on makeup properly, making you wear a wig with the straight long hair you like so much. Kei-chan, I've made you into your ideal woman. And now you're going to walk around town with me. You'll surely monopolize the eyes of all the men. That would definitely make you feel really good, wouldn't it, you fucking tease? If only you didn't have this big thing dangling between your legs, you'd be a... Okay, shutting up there. Saying that, she tried to flip my skirt. This is definitely not the time. I can't let them see me with this male-centric problem. Before I realized it, Rena was caressing my head and rubbing me with her cheek. Keiichi-kun, when you were fidgeting like that, you were super cute. I'm gonna take you home. Unfortunately, that's Mion's job, not yours. Peering through Rena's vice-like embrace, I saw Mion laying spread eagle on her back. I see. This must be what Satoko and Rika-chan feel like when they become Rena's prey. After that, it took quite some time to calm Rena down from her frenzy. I'm surprised you could at all. Later, Kei-chan. Today was super enjoyable. You will rue this day, Mion! This disgrace shall be returned tenfold! I'll achieve an overwhelming victory, then condemn you to public shaming! If only if you can beat me. I look forward to seeing you try. Mion tossed me my clothes, and looking in as good a mood as I've ever seen her, she left. I misread that completely, but anyway. Yeah, and I'm expecting horror. Where is it? Okay, now. Now that I've been released by Mion, I can't waste even a second running home. By the way, I'm gonna drag you home now. Rena isn't as good as Mi-chan, so if we happen to bump into anybody, I won't be able to follow up for you, okay? Soon after that, I went into a full-out dash. I'm pretty sure I was running the 100 meter in about 6 seconds there. Well then, Keiichi-kun, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. The fact that I didn't bump into anybody I knew was probably divine favor for my constant good behavior. It's been going my way today. At that moment, the front door opened as if somebody was waiting for me. Oh, Keiichi. So you're home. I was just about to go for a walk, which parent answered the door. I was dumbstruck by how slow my father was to react. A normal person would have realized the peculiar scene before them around. Oh, Keiichi. Dad. This is... You see, you know that club I'm always talking about? This is one of the penalty games we do there. It just so happened I lost today. My dad placed his hand on my shoulder. It was an oddly moist and uncomfortably warm hand. Keiichi. Let's have a little talk in my studio. We'll keep it a secret from Mom, of course. No, Dad, let go! There's a show I want to watch right now. Me on your shoulder this day. His artistic flame raging like wildfire, my dad dragged me along. I disappeared into the depths of his studio. I was expecting... I will never judge you for your taste, son. Anyway. Keiichi, are you home? Oh, you were in the bath. Is that makeup remover? But more importantly, what's the matter? Sorry, I have a headache and don't think I can make dinner tonight. I'm terribly sorry, but can you go out to eat with your dad? My mom is a go-get-em superwoman at work, but it occasionally takes a toll on her health. Unfortunately, from what I gather, common for most Japanese folk, being overworked to the point of sick. Anyway, so this kind of situation is hardly a rarity. That's fine, but what will you eat? If it's just for myself, I can probably find a way to scrounge something together. Take care. Keiichi, we'll take the car, so hurry up. Feel better soon, Mama. Dad quickly got the car ready. He must be hungry. He really only moves so energetically when it's time to eat. Sorry to keep you waiting. So, where are we going to eat? I recently found a nice store. Let's go there. My dad usually only complains about things. For him to actually praise something is unexpected. I wonder what kind of place it is that he'd rank it 3 stars. As one who seeks the way of the gourmand, I, Keiichi Maibara, am genuinely intrigued. The headlight... Oh god, seeing this particular spot on the road, bringing flashbacks to the last game. Where's the scary? I want the scary! The headlights of the car cut through the early darkness of the Hinamizawa night, carving a straight path towards town. I was pondering where such a gem of a restaurant could be hidden away. It was, shockingly, the family restaurant right by the station. Dad, that great restaurant you were talking about, was this? The words Angel Morts were written on a very family restaurant-esque cartoonish logo. It had the air of a girl-oriented all-you-can-eat cake buffet rather than a proper restaurant. You've never been inside, Keiichi? Come to think of it, I hadn't. There's been some times where I've traveled to faraway towns to eat, but returning only as far as Okinomiya Station, there was really no reason to dine out. Yeah, that's what I'm picturing. Home was just a stone's throw away, after all. I see. That was the reason I never noticed it before. We stopped the car in the restaurant's parking lot. It seems like business is booming. There's quite a few cars parked here. But what really amazes me are the license plates. There's a lot of them that can't be from this area. Fukuyama, Nagoya... Oh, that's fine. Chiba? Saitama? Opening up my mental geography book, I calculated how long it would have taken to get here via the major highways. Keiichi, it seems that you finally realized how amazing this restaurant is. What's the meaning of this? How could so many people travel from so far away just to come to this restaurant? Following my dad, I climbed the steps and entered the building. The bell attached to the door clattered as we entered, and a waitress soon greeted us. After confirming our party size and whether we wanted a smoking or non-smoking seat, she guided us inside. Dad ordered 2 of the daily specials. It seems that they were ready-made, so there wasn't much of a wait at all until our meals were brought to us. The taste was, no offense to Dad, not so different from your run-of-the-mill family restaurant. If you're just talking about the taste, it seems like normal family restaurant fare. Who gives a damn about the taste, Keiji? I do. See? Isn't it great? I'm reading a visual novel. I'm gonna need y'all to explain what you see. I see. It just may be that the food here might be nothing more than average. The demographic of the customers was pretty much all young men. Uh-huh. It may call itself a family restaurant, but there wasn't a single table with a family. And yet it was packed. Mm-hmm. I think you might be right, Yatsu. It might be maids. The parking lot was filled with cars from all corners of the country. If they didn't come from far and wide to eat this completely mediocre food, then there's only one other reason. Dad flagged down a nearby waitress. Excuse me, the dessert that comes with the meal still hasn't come yet? I've seen you before. I've seen you before. I know who you are. I know who you are. I can't believe this is the first time I'm seeing you, but also who the fuck approved this outfit? Who approved this? That looks more like a cosplay than a made. What the fuck is that uniform? Great Zodiac. Oh, I'm so sorry. Anyway, I know who you are. I know who you are. I don't know much about you, but I've seen you and I know who you are. There's a dessert that comes with daily combo A. I've been waiting for quite a while. Oh, it's... my apologies. I'll bring it right away. The apparently rookie waitress rushed off, flustered. Dad? Could it be that this restaurant is... Aren't they great? The waitress's uniforms here, I mean. I have some questions for the owner. Bam. What are you doing, Keiji? My own father never hit me. I'm your son! Listen, Keiji, I've never come here with impure intentions. That bell and... and eccentric clothing... Sir... What are these words? It is my artistic muse. Okay, that's all I need to know. I wanted you to feel that. Even you must have yearned for this stimulation. Haven't you? Coming here alone, though, is a bit embarrassing. You understand? That's why I dragged you here. Just blame me. Even if you must condemn me, I wanted you to know this feeling, Keiichi. Sir, we're in the middle of a restaurant. Please don't yell. I need to take... Okay. My father has always had a bad habit of trying to hide his embarrassment using incomprehensible nonsense as a smokescreen. Got it. Context clues told me, but I didn't even want to try reading that. I want to believe that this weirdness won't be genetic. Continuing his one-sided rambling, my father stood up and headed to the washroom. With him gone, I was left alone in the booth. Finally, at this time, a feeling of embarrassment welled up inside me. I had nothing to do but go beat red with shame. Whew. Excuse. The waitress from before returned, her eyes alternating between the order slip and the table. Arriving at my seat, she hesitantly tried to say something. A more veteran waitress offered some advice from over her shoulder. Just calm down and say sorry for the wait. Terribly sorry for the wait. Interesting observation there, Yatsu, asking, is that the club member? I shall not answer. The story will probably answer that momentarily, I would assume. Anyway. Right, just like that. Do your best. Whispering that into her ear, the veteran waitress left. This waitress must have just been hired. With an absolute lack of confidence, she moved hesitantly and maybe even somewhat perilously. Just watching her put me on edge. I silently watched as she placed the dessert on the table with an inexperienced hand. But it's just as Dad said. What incredible uniforms these are. Sir, they were like a bunny girl plus a maid plus some sort of frilly outfit, all in a perfect ratio. Most certainly a rather dubiously charming kind of fashion. Aren't Japanese students not allowed to... Yeah, I'm not entirely sure about that. It might be different in this village. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I keep thinking the same thing. But anyway. In any case, she in no way appeared to be a proper waitress. What should I do? I was catching glimpses of too many things. That is, I didn't know where I should look. Yeah, true. Wearing something like that, walking around the restaurant, it's as bad as it can be for digestion. What the fuck? Even though she was wearing the outfit, this particular waitress had no idea what to do either. This flustered state, without a doubt, should be attributed to the amount of bare skin showing rather than being new to the job. It could be that, you don't know. Both the waitress and I mutually avoided eye contact. What a platonically embarrassing feeling this is. I'm a customer, you know. It's all right to be more straightforward. My nose is starting to bleed. At that moment, our eyes just happened to meet. Yeah, Japanese students are allowed, but under 18 there is restrictions. Okay. Both of us blinked, doubting who we were looking at. What? This is... Mion, is that you? Eh? On top of her hair being let down, she was so far removed from her usual confidence-filled attitude. I didn't realize it was her at all. It was Mion. Why is she here? Why are you working at a place like this? I'm helping out at my uncle's store? Come to think of it, I did hear her talk about how her relatives have stores in town and that she sometimes works part-time to help them. Oh, that must be a lot of work. The nervous feeling I had dissipated in an instant. Knowing that this was Mion, there was no reason to feel that way. Well, actually, my animal instinct tells me that the power balance between Mion and myself has been turned upside down. That's right, I'm a customer. My position is superior to hers. The humiliation from today's penalty game was cutting through the recesses of my mind. There really is a god! For him to grant me this opportunity for revenge! Noticing the flames of vengeance burning in my eyes, Mion took a step back. But seeing it like this type of clothing suits you very nicely, doesn't it? It's embarrassing, so don't look so much. I confirmed my preemptive strike was a clean hit. There's no mistaking that Mion is currently defenseless. While confirming my attack was successful, I simultaneously lined up the combo. Mion, you have... Okay. Mion, you have pretty big breasts. Seems like they're ready to spill out even right now. Sir, you are in a restaurant. You are in public. All the customers are definitely looking at you. Don't say that. Don't play coy with me. I know that you enjoy drawing all the male attention with that embarrassing getup. I mean, if you didn't, there's no way you'd dress up like that. It's not like I'm doing this because I like to. Is this alright, Keiji, my bar? Aren't you taking this a little too far? Even if it's payback for that humiliation during the day, isn't this too much? Hey, shut up, Logic! To pay back me on tenfold is a chance you'll hardly ever get. Wearing this kind of getup, your mother must be disappointed. That part where you can almost just see something is the best. Come close, sir. Please stop! You still lack the spirit of service towards your customers. Please forgive me. I want to take you home. Bro. Not that! Entering a version of Rena's cute mode, blood spewing from my nose like a waterfall, I was going until I had no regrets. I was going to complete this verbal humiliation revenge for today's events, sir. Yep, I'll spare you the rest for today. It seems that Mion's neural circuits had completely shorted from the embarrassment. I might have teased her a little too much, or so I thought. But such a meek Mion is something you hardly ever see, so this was good for now. Leaving aside what exactly was good, I never knew. To think that the high and mighty Mion would have a hard time being a waitress. That's right. This is such a surprising sight of you. I want to show this to the Mion from this afternoon. Actually, I want to show Rena and the others. Rena will definitely flip out with joy. Do you think she'll say she wants to work here? That's wrong. I could never imagine in my wildest dreams that such a cute outfit would suit you, Mion. I'm saying that's wrong. While turning bright red, Mion finally spit out the words that were lodged in her throat. What do you mean, that's wrong? I'm not Mion! What? I was taken aback at Mion's confusing words. If you're not Mion, then who are you? You're Mion Sonozaki, right? I'm sorry. I should have said this earlier, but my name is Shion Sonozaki. Mion is my older sister. My eyes unconsciously widened with surprise from this brazenly crazy talk. He's so dead. Mion, probably thinking that there was no way such a far-fetched excuse would work, turned bright red while fidgeting nervously. Shion Sonozaki. Yeah. I'm often mistaken for my sister. But when we met, you had the kind of response that you wouldn't make if we were meeting for the first time. That's because my sister's always talking about you, so I knew who you were. A little bit of a cringeworthy excuse, that is. But when I looked at Mion's eyes, which begged me to believe her, the urge to tease completely subsided. To us, Mion had to be a leader who was normally overflowing with confidence, a guiding force. If I were to lash out at that Mion, I would have ruined something I shouldn't have. That was something I would never wish for. So, I understand. This foolishness here is something very different from the everyday Mion. That's why she's Shion. I see. In that case, I'm sorry. Oh no, as long as you understand. My sister has a lot of enemies, you see. Well now, she's self-aware of that fact now, is she? Bro. As I unintentionally laughed out loud, Shion laughed with me. Shion, is this your first time being a waitress? It doesn't seem like you're used to it. Actually, today is, Kei-chan is my first customer. A little flustered after saying that, she quickly asked if it was okay for her to refer to me the same way her sister did. Seeing that blatant quirk was so cute, I couldn't stop laughing. So, you said you've worked part-time at your uncle's store before? I thought you would have been more used to it. Oh, I have other relatives that run shops. That's why this is the first time I'm helping the uncle that owns this place. I see, makes sense. Anybody would be tentative doing a job they weren't used to. Does Mion ever help out at the store? Oh, my sister's... you see... she's not good with these cutesy things. I know what she's trying to say. That's right. Mion is more suited for cool things. So I think having you help out here was the right choice. Huh? Shion asked, probably thinking she misheard me. That uniform, it would never suit somebody like Mion. But for Shion, I think it works. Huh? You mean that, Shion, like Rena often does, spaced out and turned bright red. What does that mean, exactly? At least for this moment, it felt like this Shion character actually existed. Because there was no way that the Mion I knew had this side to her. At that moment, we realized that the more veteran waitress was waving at us from across the room. Sonozaki-san, you can take your break now. Oh, okay. Mion finally returned to her senses. It seemed as if it was time for her to take her break. Well then, I'll take my leave. It was fun talking to the infamous Kei-chan. Sorry for mistaking you for Mion and teasing you. Please tell Mion that I will have my revenge one day. Ah, that thing where you were forced to dress as a maid and walk around outside, right? That devilish laugh and smile. It was exactly the same as the one I knew. That's right. Tell her that I will return the favor for the total humiliation I suffered. Bleh. More importantly, I'm going to complain to my sister about the teasing I had to endure today. My sister will have my revenge during your club activities. Bring it on. I'll get her before she gets me. Mion laughed with a warm smile devoid of any remaining nervousness and disappeared into the back. I felt like I had a very valuable experience today. That's alright. For now, I know the high and mighty Mion has a weak point to panic and get embarrassed about. But of all things, for her to say she has a twin sister. I thought that maybe I should ask Rena tomorrow if she really has a sister. But maybe it's better that I didn't ask. It's a bit mean-spirited. I've decided that the person I met here today was Shion, the younger twin sister. So I'll refrain from doing anything that would deny that. It's not that we actually made a promise or anything. But that little exchange gave birth to a new rule between me and Mion. Somebody tapped me on the shoulder. It was my dad. That was a long trip to the washroom. He probably came up with a new idea for an art piece when he was sitting on the can. Keiichi, are you about ready? What about your dessert, buddy? Let's go home. Your dessert, though! Settling the bill, my father had his customer card stamped. It was pretty much filled. Damn, Dad, you are quite the regular customer! Was that new waitress just now somebody you knew, Keiichi? Oh, so you were watching from the shadows. Dad has the oddest sense of tact sometimes. Somebody from school? From Hinamizawa? Yeah, she's the little sister of my friend Mion. Her school isn't in Hinamizawa, so she must go to one in town. I've never seen her at my school. So not all the kids in Hinamizawa go to the same school? Only about half. The other half go all the way into town on their bikes. In this way, the feeling that I was really talking to Shion came to me. What would I say to Mion tomorrow? I met your little sister, something like that. Even with Mion being like that, us having a secret between the two of us made me both a little happy and a little embarrassed. Right. Connect the dots, my boy. In an introduction. Okay, so we got lore bits. You know what? Entirely fair. Entirely fair. There is a chance that both are equally likely. So let's check out the new tips, aka bonus lore. Alright, starting with, is there really a Shion? Huh? Mion-san's family? Yeah, more broadly, I was wondering if she had any brothers or anything? I was actually wondering whether her younger twin sister named Shion really existed. And my curiosity got the better of me, so I quietly asked Satoko about it. I guess we're doing it in the side instead of, you know, in the plot itself. Okay. I wonder. She might not. She wasn't being very clear about it. Had Satoko never gone over to Mion's house to play? From your reaction, I guess you've never met any. Yeah, I've never seen any of her relatives except for her grandmother. As far as I could tell, there were already dark clouds over the Shion is real theory. Rika would know more than I. You would do well to ask her. Turning over to Rika. Satoko waved to Rika-chan, who was basking in the sunlight. Rika, do you know anything about Mion-san's family? Rika-chan was surprised at the sudden question. He has a big family, so I don't really know everything about them. Not many, huh? For example, is there someone named Shion Sonozaki? Well, I might have heard wrong, so she might not actually exist, but... What? Sorry, hold on, pop up in the background. Fucking Windows. You mean she? Shion exists. Huh? Oh, that was unexpected. So, she was real? Their names are quite similar, you know. I could get tongue-tied trying to tell the difference. I've heard she's Mii's younger twin sister, but I haven't met her too many times. But at least once, based on how you phrased that, yeah? Rika-chan knew a bit about her as well, but hadn't seen her much. Excuse me. I think I met her once at a funeral a few years ago. She's not in this class, so maybe she goes to school in Okinomiya? She may live there, too. Mion-san herself lives apart from her family with her grandmother, after all. She didn't live with her parents? That was a bit odd. Was there something between them? It's a very complicated family. She seems to have many relatives. There are doubtless many different circumstances. For now, I learned that she had a younger twin sister named Shion, but her family structure, including her own position, still seems very mysterious. Oh, what are the three of you talking about? Let this old man in on it! Oh, Mion-san, you've come at a good time. Might it be true that you have a younger twin sister? Mion. Crap. A younger sister? Well, yeah, I do. Mion grew uncharacteristically red in the face, at a loss. I think she's looking at me. Oh my, I had no idea! What kind of person might she be? I would very much like to meet her sometime. You shouldn't bother. She's not cute at all. She's really conceited. Besides, other than talking to her on the phone once in a while, I haven't seen her for a long time either. Why did it look like she was in such a panic? It's like she was declaring that Shion from yesterday was actually a fake. Anyway, this was pretty funny, so I let it go for a little while longer. Another Mion, under the name of Shion. Will I be able to see her if I go to that restaurant again? I had a mysterious feeling, as if I'd made a new friend, despite knowing that she and Mion were the same person. Bro! I mean, unless Rika's playing along, I don't know. Anyway, an introduction to Angel Motz. Alright, reprinted from the Victorious War Photographer's Guide, April issue, Complete Conquest Analysis. Family Restaurant Chapter. That's certainly odd titling. Now, at last we come to the blazing hot third day. To Angel Mort, a super famous restaurant and the envy of all enthusiasts, despite being located in the remote Shishibone city of blank prefecture. Why, exactly, do the most famous stores avoid the centers of human habitation? I feel like my brain was trying to put together a reasoning, but anyway. It can only be because it is a trial given to us by the god of war photography. If you say so. It's famous locally for having the best desserts in town, but that matters not to us. If you want expensive desserts, then you can just go to a censored place or something. We aim not for sweet treats, but for sweet uniforms. The fragrant aroma of sweat wafts from these obligatory waitress uniforms, creating no less than a public torture device. What is this phrasing? How can their bashful flirtation be on par with all the other restaurants with cute uniforms all across the country? One sec, feeling is these? Got it. War photography hunter. Away. Okay. The smoking areas are the real superpositions. Aim for your chance at them with the tenacity of an octopus. What am I reading right now? Yesterday, I failed to get seating. Today, I will aim for the ultimate golden seat, the corner box in the smoking area. Otaku are overwhelmingly non-smokers, so I'll procure a spot in the smoking area and set up camp there. Awesome. Good job on the crafting gear. No rush on my end. As expected of Ryu the Hunter. He's saying his victory was decided the moment he chose his seat. In actuality, Ryu used the same tactic during the grand opening of Akihabara's blank and succeeded in getting the best seats in the house. Back then, he also went early in the afternoon, just after the lunch rush, and not only did he find his target seat empty, he also obtained it with ease. By utilizing tricks such as ordering a little at a time, he effectively increased the number of opportunities for engagement, carefully scoping out his chance for a picture. But, as if cursed by that from the day before, the god of war photography did not smile upon him. After suffering successive firm defeats until 3 p.m., he finds no chances coming his way. And after 4 p.m., a man began to take his orders. It looked as though he had been seen through. Good. It is the rule of a hunter to withdraw with grace once marked. My aim was perfect, but the fork technique I used at 2:30 seemed to have backfired. Maybe they were weary since I sat in a booth and left my bag on the floor. Perhaps the hidden camera in a bag trick is already old hat. Bro, if there were 2-digit EGs involved for sticking here half the day, I'd have a high encounter rate. I am mortified. Even so, he still got a few pieces of gold. As to be expected from the hunter, he attained this nice angle despite lamenting his failure. He is an artisan. Bleh. More surprising, though, is that this uniform conquest across Japan has yielded not a single arrested person. That is shocking. What an amazing start for the hunter who brags about having been to approximately half of the total prefectural police stations in the country. Apostrophe that thing the day before. The day before, a hunter took on the shrine mating cuisine blank in Nagoya. His hunter spirit showed through too zealously, and as soon as he entered the store, he was seen through, placed in a booth, and waited on by the head priest. Despite waiting half a day, the much-anticipated shrine maidens appeared only at the time of his first order. A seriously huge blunder for a hunter. Now then, here we have the giveaway of the hunter's original photographs that always receive such high praise. Oh my god, what is this in? This feels like a perf magazine. Or present one passionate rant with 3 all you can eat low-angle pictures. No. With such blazing. No. I'm shutting up. I'm stopping. That felt predatory and gross as hell. Anyway. So, either Rika was playing along there, or Gion does exist. That for whatever reason, they're keeping it vague. Anyway, let's save progress so far. Save. Man, chapter 2 was longer than I thought it would be. Alright, so let's continue on to chapter 3. Hello, teacher! Listen up, everybody. If you don't take cooking seriously, somebody's going to get hurt. This is part of your education as well, so don't fool around and do it seriously. Teaching cooking, that's very important. I appreciate this. A lazy, yeah, wafted through the class in response. It's an important life skill to be able to feed yourself. Half of the school day today was going to be home economics class. The plan was for everybody to make curry rice and give it to the forest rangers who let this building be rented out as a school. Oh, that's sweet. If everybody were making curry in the same pot, it would have been more of a party-like atmosphere. But this was school after all. Excluding the youngest students, each one of us would be making our own curry, with the results being judged. Alright, everybody. It may be that nowadays curry is an easy meal anybody can make, but it has its roots in traditional Indian cuisine. Even though we've altered it a bit in the Japanese style, it is still instilled with the knowledge and culture of ancient India. This is true. Absolutely do not neglect that fact. I'll have words with anybody who doesn't take this seriously, so be prepared for that. That look tells me she is 100% serious. That seems like a needlessly passionate sermon on curry. She's a teacher making sure you get edumacated. Well, whatever. It's rumored that Chie-sensei— we have a name! Chie-sensei has devoted her life to curry. She'll probably be a pretty strict judge. She also probably really likes Pokemon Sword and Shield, where you had to make a lot of curry. Or at least that would be in the future, because this is the 80s. As long as you're not failing, your grade on home ec doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter at all. I wouldn't say that if I were you. Teacher is right there. The teacher's a tyrant when it comes to curry. Okay, but honestly, that game made me want to make so much fucking curry. I actually did make curry a few times while in college because I was just like, man, Pokemon really got me wanting to make curry, so I did. And it lasted quite a few days. It was cheap, but effective. Loved it. Anyway. And now I want curry, goddammit. What the heck does that even mean? A curry tyrant? Hell yeah, I still play Pokemon. Never heard of that before. You see, our normally mild-mannered teacher, for some unfathomable reason, is a stickler for curry, because curry is simple but delicious. I feel like you might be able to hold out a bit longer in that case, Joey, because they are giving little teases about the next Switch console, which will be backwards compatible from the sound of it. So you might be okay there. But we shall see. Either way, I hope you get one soon. I managed to get mine, when COVID was still, there were lockdowns and shortages on everything. And, during, the peak of PS5 shortage, there was also a Switch shortage. I actually got mine by waking up at 5 in the morning and placing a pickup order at Target. That was the only way I could get it. I had saved up for so long, but just could not get one. But yeah, personally, I actually really love Gen 8. I know it's a mixed bag for a lot of people. I personally really, 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 really loved it. Same with Gen 9. I know it had a lot of bugs, but I don't know. I still enjoyed it. Gen 8 out of the two was my more personal favorite, but Gen 9 was also really good, in my opinion. Just opinions, so. Entirely fair, yeah. Just gotta do what you gotta do. Games will always be there. And with the lifespan the Switch had, whenever Switch 2 or whatever it's gonna be happens, it's gonna be there a while. You got time, there's no rush. Alright, so it's a stickler for curry. Yeah, because curry is good, and also you can do a lot of things with just the sauce base. There's so much you can do. Alright. Unyieldingly so. Yeah, it's said that every year— sorry, wrong character. Yeah, it's said that every year she goes on a journey to India to research mythical curry. Wow, she really does take it seriously. This is just a rumor, but it seems that she eats curry rice 3 meals a day, and if she occasionally has something else, it always has to be curry flavored. That's not unyielding, that's unnatural. Is she part of an evil cult or something? That's a bit extreme. Besides, doesn't curry top the list when it comes to junk food? Curry 3 times a day is just weird, nutritionally speaking, and... She totally just threw something at him. Embedded into the table right by my fingertips is a chef's knife, ladle, and spatula. Hold on. Embedded into the table right by my fingertips, a chef's knife, ladle, and spatula humped gently as they still quivered. The teacher, while still mixing her own pot, was looking this way, smiling. Kei-chan, shush! If you say any more, you'll be sleeping with the fishes! Saying even a little bit more would make my situation a lot more dire. Yeah. Just be serious and make your curry properly, and everything's good, alright? I don't think it's going to be that easy today. Are we gonna make it a club thing? Look, Mi-chan is... It's written all over her face. If the playing field is even, and we're being judged, there's no way this won't turn into a competition. I fucking knew it. It looks like we're all on the same page. It's a cooking contest! I knew it! There's no way Mion would leave such an enticing event alone. How shall we determine the victor? By how the teacher judges it? As if saying, but wait, there's more. The teacher reappeared with the principal in tow. The purpose of today's event is to show appreciation for the people at the forestry service, so they'll be judging the results with me. Yep, your teacher and I, as well as 5 people— the principal does not get an avatar— as well as 5 people from the forestry service will be judging your cooking. Good luck to everyone. Gaha! Even the principal? Looking around, it seemed like the interests of everybody in the class had been piqued. So, that's what's happening. This isn't going to be just some casual curry cook-off. Rena is good at making curry. I'm not going to lose today. Yeah, I was gonna say, Rena and Rika, I think, have the highest chances of winning. If Rika is cooking, I'd assume she would, otherwise this can't be a club activity. My grade is cooking in a group, so I'm together with Rika. Okay, that makes sense. That's unfair! I'm pretty sure that Rika is good at cooking. My curry is so tasty, it'll send shivers down your spine. What about Mion? She doesn't seem like she's too good at cooking. Her type has always been bad at this kind of thing. But Mion continued to look unconcerned. I guess it's different when it's club activities. I'll tell you what Kei-chan is thinking right now. Mion is definitely bad at cooking, am I right? Next you're gonna say... I don't like the way she said that. Couldn't be. Mion couldn't possibly... I feel like curry is relatively... Not to get the teacher scorned. I feel like curry is relatively easy to put together, so I feel like even Mion should be able to do it if she's bad at cooking. At that moment, the teacher's whistle sounded. Shifting to bed mode. Okay! Alright, everybody. Are you ready? Be very careful with the knives. Start! The call to arms had sounded. Ready? Start! To insert Mario Party .mp3. Sharp objects. Yeah. We had to use an outdoor kit to cook the rice, but it wasn't that difficult for a camping veteran like me. Are you really a camping veteran? Put the rice into the canister, push your palm to the bottom, and fill with water to just above the wrist. Are you alright with only that much water? If you don't put in more, it could be bad. Filthy liar. If I put in any more, I'll just be left with some half-cooked porridge. Yeah, water amount is very specific. So Toko, if that's meant to be a trick, it won't work. I'm just used to cooking rice with these utensils. First it starts to bubble, then the steam starts to puff, and don't take off the lid no matter what. Keiichi-kun, you're amazing! This is a little unexpected. Did you learn this at summer camp? My dad really likes to go camping, see? Whenever summer comes around, our family goes a lot. So this means everybody is good at cooking the rice. In other words, the critical part of this challenge will be the curry. Curry is Rika's specialty. We'll cream you all. You lost me at Rika's. Why don't you help with the cooking too? Maybe Satoko-chan is helping the most by doing nothing at all. Oh my god, that's savage. The ends justify the means. I just have to win. That was a pretty malicious comment for Rena. And Satoko took it hook, line, and sinker. Rena could only apologize between fits of laughter while Satoko chased her around. Well now, should we move on to the curry? For now, the battle truly begins. After rinsing off the carrots, potatoes, and other standard vegetables, I grasped the knife. Gulp. What will today's curry taste like? As Rena hummed along, her very well-practiced hands wielded her knife. The rhythmical sound of the knife hitting the cutting board harkened to kind images of days long past. Simply put, it was perfect. It was so calm and practiced, I seriously couldn't stand a chance! I looked over at Satoko and Rika-chan. Satoko was in charge of washing the vegetables, while Rika-chan was in charge of peeling them. That's what I heard being discussed, but Rika-chan's knife skills are something else as well. She was happily rotating the potato and peeling it quite quickly. On top of that, the peel spanned the entire potato. Skilled. What was that called again? Katsuramuki? I've heard that peeling a vegetable in one loop around like that is a highly regarded technique. She picked up the peel from the sink and carved a pair of eyes into it with her knife. It's a snake. Rawr. It's cute. Saying that, she placed the longly peeled potato skin on top of the head of a boy from her group. She wasn't even breaking a sweat. When it comes to Rika-chan and cooking, I couldn't even hold a candle to her. But, rawr? Do snakes make that sound? Rika's do. Alright then, how's Mion doing? She's definitely just fumbling along. There's no way she can peel a potato so effortlessly like that. Absolutely no way! This can't be. You've gotta be kidding me! This is a trick. She's using special effects! Where's the wire? She's definitely using a wire. Here, take a look-see. As if she had already won, Mion proudly showed me the elongated potato skin. You didn't know, Keiichi? Mi was taught how to cook by her grandma. And not just cooking. From sewing to flower arrangement to playing the koto, from marksmanship to radio operation, even helicopter piloting is but one of the myriad things she can do. She's straight up an all-rounder. Strangely enough, the latter items were more realistic. It was the first few items on that list that seems like a lie. She's actually really good at cooking. It's just such a hassle that she never does it, though. Damn it. I'm also really good at cooking, especially Chinese food. Keiichi, boiling something and pouring it into a bowl doesn't count as cooking. Shot down before I could even say it. Oh ho ho, too bad for you. Today Keiichi-san shall be assuredly languishing in defeat all alone. Clink. Tough words from somebody who can't even cook by herself. Ah, Rika! There. I'll destroy Keiichi for you. I shall turn him into mincemeat. God, this does not look good. Everybody is smirking at me. Don't raise the white flag yet, Keiichi Maibara. Don't throw away this match. Calm down and think. Not about how to peel these potatoes well. Yeah, who cares? Like, as long as it's peeled. But how about to win this challenge? There's too many people watching. I'm going to work at another sink. Saying only that, I gathered up all the vegetables and left that spot behind. Keiichi can be alright. I'm worried he might cut himself with his knife. Foreshadowing? Maybe? This game teasing me. This game teasing me. Let's see what Kei-chan is doing. No matter how hard I try peeling these, if I slip up at this speed, I'll lop my fingers right off. Then, there's only one thing left to do. Tomita-kun, Okamura-kun. Oh, you guys were in a group before, huh? It was the two underclassmen that had become my sworn brothers ever since the event at that toy store last Sunday. They had been paired with two girls from their group. Yep, both the girls are pretty good at cooking. So both of us can just mess around and we'll be okay. Boys, trust me. Listen. Girls like it if you know how to cook, I promise. Might want to learn. Both of them pointed at the girls. They're not as good as Rena, but they were both good enough at handling a knife. I'll get straight to the point. At this rate, I'm going to lose this contest. Give me the vegetables your group has peeled already. My bara-san, that's pretty much theft. But depending on what's in it for us... Yeah, you already owe them one thing. Excuse me. In other words, it depends on the terms of negotiation. Quite bold of you guys. Well, that's to be expected. Let's do this. If I win, I'll let you eat the curry that Satoko and Rika-chan's group makes. How about that? I don't know about that. Both of them were hesitant after such a weighty proposal. Just one more little push seems in order. Very well then, let's make them an offer they can't refuse. I pulled both of them close by the shoulders and made my offer in a hushed tone. Of course, that includes the part that Satoko and Rika-chan have already eaten some of. I'll even throw in the spoons. Splooge. A red mist spouted vigorously from the noses of the two underclassmen. Keiichi-san is also pretty good at this. This is some very nice potatoes. Having brilliantly cleared the vegetable peeling challenge, I return to my comrades in triumph. Wow, amazing! Keiichi-kun's peeling is really good! That's not quite right. What Kei-chan has bared isn't a potato, but his fangs. Yeah, I'm super serious about this. I'll crush you all. Sure you will. Because the real important stuff... Because, yeah, sure, peeling is one thing. The real important thing is how it tastes in the end, and like, the spices and shit that you... Anyway. Having finished with preparing the vegetables, next is to boil a pot of water, then add the vegetables in order of which takes longest to cook. I learned this part from my mother when we went camping. But just cooking in order probably won't garner a lot of points. Look over at Rena. She had a variety of vegetables cooking together in a delicate balance. She wasn't being ambitious or calculating a way to win the game. She was making delicious food with a mother's touch. I have a feeling that I could somehow compete with Mion in terms of technique, but I would be no match for Rena. She was way out of my league. When my mother makes curry, you see, she always uses lots of ingredients. That's why Rena's curry uses lots of ingredients as well. I really wanted to take all night and stew it nice and slow. Aww. I beg of you, will you please help just a little with my curry? No. This is one of our club activities. Rena won't lose. When she enters club mode, even the normally kind Rena becomes an enemy. Looks like Rika-chan is cooking apples as well. Ah, yes, the apple in the curry, yes. She's like a pro at this. How about Mion? What? Mion, you... What the heck is that? Where did you get meat from? I predicted what we would be doing today by looking at the schedule. So, I prepared accordingly. My curry is going to be marvelous. Upon closer inspection, it looks like Mion brought her own vegetables and spices and other ingredients. They were spread all over the place. Mion, just for today, you brought all this stuff from your house? Objection! Chie-sensei, there's no way this is allowed, is it? Objection overruled. As long as it makes for delicious curry, anything goes. For that normally serious teacher to go so far as to append a star to the end of her sentence. Just as the rumor said, she's a through and through curry freak. Rena and Rika-chan are naturally gifted chefs. I've come with thorough preparations. And Kei-chan, what about you? It's hopeless. In the grand scheme of cooking, peeling the vegetables is only a small part of it. That's what I'm telling you, bro. The hurdles I must overcome are just too numerous, too high. Haibara-san, over here. Turning around, I saw the voices calling me belonged to the two underclassmen from earlier. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun. What's up, you guys? What's up with that pot? Is that from your group? Switch this with your pot before somebody notices. I think that the curry the girls from our group made, at the very least, is better than what you could make. Guys, for me? Don't get the wrong idea. If you don't win, then that is... Oh, that's right. If I don't win, then the talk of eating Satoko and Rika-chan's curry goes right out the window. It seems like you guys are getting riled up about this too. Sorry, I'm in your debt. But I'm surprised the girls in your group agreed to this. Haibara-san, we're also serious about this. Filling in on day duty 3 times. These guys, to assure me victory, have paid the price. That case filled with burning conviction from my underclassmen. Yeah, I'm not fighting this alone. I'm fighting this with everyone. Leave it to me. Save some room, boys. I'll definitely let you eat your fill. We shall be eagerly awaiting your victory. It's a gas stove, so controlling the heat is easy. All that's left is to let it stew a bit. The delicious smell of curry began wafting upwards. The pot gifted to me by my 2 underclassmen certainly drew some double takes. Rena even looked surprised when she came to take a look, so it must be pretty good. Kei-chan, you're pretty good. They forgot an S. It looks like this will be a good match right to the bitter end. Rena wants to eat Keiichi-kun's curry. Curry! Rena's curry and Mion's curry too. Everybody is a worthy opponent. I've done my very best, but I'm not sure of the outcome. Keiichi-san, Rika's calling you. Go see what she wants. What? Rika-chan's calling me? What could it be? Well, whatever. While I'm at it, I can gather some intelligence on the enemy. Rika-chan was doodling on the ground in front of the pot. Because all that's left is to let it stew. Even then, it's good to know that she doesn't leave the stove unattended. Hey, Rika-chan, how's yours doing? It's Mr. Curry. Huh? Rika-chan was doodling something strange and introduced it as Mr. Curry. Mr. Curry is amazing. He shoots beams from his eyes. Pew pew. Apparently, Mr. Curry shoots beams from his eyes. Drawing a beam with a stick, she etched a line towards my feet. Does this mean I've been shot with a laser? Oh, barrier! Beam reflect! I took another stick in my hand and reflected the beam, striking Mr. Curry. Mr. Curry can shoot missiles from his stomach. Pshh! Whoa! My bar super electromagnetic barrier! And retaliatory beam! Mr. Curry absorbs that beam energy and fires his impulse wave cannon. Rika-chan and I scratched at the ground, thoroughly engrossed in our doodle war. Wait a moment. Hey, Rika-chan? You called me here for a reason, right? Yes, I called you. But I've already fulfilled my purpose. At that moment, a chill ran up my spine. Already fulfilled her purpose. Yeah, I was like, she's totally distracting right now. And the game is teasing me with fucking terror things. They got me! I headed back to my pot, standing there just as I feared, was Satoko. With no questions asked, I drop-kicked the back of her head. That's a bit extreme, but okay. What do you think you're doing? You know better than to do that to a lady's head. Who cares about that? Satoko, did you mix something in with my How impertinent. I haven't fallen that far. Despite what you may think, I'm a fair person, you know. What's this incomprehensible line of ladies and plates? Leaving them all in these unstable positions. If they fall over, what will you do? At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, knocking over a ladle that was... Sorry, ladle? Did I read that? Did I read that wrong? Yep, it's ladles. This incomprehensible line of ladles and plates. I can read. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by, knocking over a ladle that was stood up on its end. The ladle, like a domino, fell over and knocked over the next cooking utensil in a row. Whap, 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 clank, clank, thud, thud. This is art. Come to think of it, domino world record challenges were quite the rage on television a while back. K-chan! The frying pan! I didn't even have time to react. The chain reaction knocked over a cutting board, and a frying pan. Next after that was... my pot. Uh-oh. The fry pan struck my pot full force, tipping it over. The contents cruelly spilled out, and now my masterpiece was being sampled by the schoolyard. I stared, dumbfounded. It was such a beautiful and elaborate mousetrap that for a moment, I lost touch with reality. Oh my, this is a catastrophe. I didn't do anything, you hear me? Oh, ha, ha, ha. At the very last moment, I had let my guard down. I ignored the culinarily incompetent Satoko for far too long. Even if she couldn't cook, Satoko still had this method of fighting back. Just then, Rena, who had been sampling her own pot, let out a scream. What? Rena's curry is salty? Salty? Uh-oh. Was Rena also sabotaged? Then, what about Mion? My rice is salty! I've been had! Oh, with this, all the obstacles in my way have been taken care of before the fight even begins. All that effort wasted. So sad. So sad. Oh, God. So very sad. Rika-chan and Satoko rubbed my dumbfounded head to their heart's content. Pushing the desks together, it was about time for the meals to be judged. Our salty, spilled on the ground meals. The delicious odor of curry spread throughout the courtyard. The members of the forestry service, to whom we owed gratitude for their daily work, were guided to their seats. The principal gave us a bit of a ceremonial introduction. Next, the teacher expressed her desire for them to judge the curry contest. The men from the forestry service seemed to like that kind of thing, and gave their enthusiastic approval. I mean, hell yeah, who wouldn't be thankful for, like, saying thank you by giving you free food? Well then, is everybody finished? We'll now have all the judges sample your cooking. Everybody in the class brought up their painstakingly made curry and arranged them on the desk. The only club members who managed a decent result were Rika-chan's group. Knowing full well it was a failure, Rena plated her curry for the judges. She already knew she was going to get a low score. Aw, poor Rena. But at least she was still able to serve hers. Both Mion's and my curry were completely obliterated, so we couldn't even line them up on the table. The judges started from the curry made by the lower grades. They had a lively discussion, praising the food. Finally, it was our curry's turn. Next up is Ryugu-kun's curry. Yes, this looks quite appetizing. The principal cheerfully shoveled a spoonful of Rena's salty curry into his mouth. Of course, his expression immediately changed. Oh my, what happened, Ryugu-san? It seemed so delicious when you were cooking it. Chie-sensei must have had some expectations, judging from her disappointment. Oh, I'm sorry. I might have added a bag of salt by accident. The rest of the judges grimaced after they each had a bite. Oh, I feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for Rena. Failure is but the seasoning for success. I'm looking forward to next time. Do your best! Saying that, the principal devoured the rest of the oversalted curry in one go. Truly a man amongst men. Rena was down and out. Her offensive capabilities were something else, but she was defeated due to her weak defense. Well then, please savor our curry next. I see that Furude-san's group put a lot of effort into their curry. Let's see here. It's simple, but very nicely done. There was also the incident with Rena's salted curry right before this, so the judge's assessment was extraordinarily high. Yeah. Maybe not just extraordinary, but perhaps today's forerunner? The judges began a heated debate. One of those judges let out a sigh as he removed a chunk of carrot with a spoon. Yeah, this kid's curry really isn't half bad. But I don't like carrots, you see. Personally, I think that carrots are a staple of curry. Yeah, right? But I guess to each their own. However, seeing that, Rika-chan read the nameplate on the chest of his coveralls and began to speak. That's no good, Kyoji. You have to eat your carrots. What is she saying all of a sudden? Everybody turned to Rika-chan with a stunned look. But what Rika-chan just did was super effective. The carrot-hating judge began stuffing his face with curry while tears streamed down his face. Kyoji, there's seconds if you want them. Mommy! You got him crying for his mommy. While crying like that, he continued to shovel curry in his mouth. That's alright. Rika-chan's curry was by no means simple. No, that curry had the taste of a mother's cooking. With the carrot-hating judge out of the picture, Rika-chan's assessment was unanimous. Oh ho ho! Nobody can stand up to Rika's curry! Satoko let off a shrill laugh as she declared victory, but at that moment... Don't be fooled, my esteemed judges! Don't be deceived into thinking that this meager slop is the taste only a mother can provide. What you people actually wanted to eat was this kind of curry, wasn't it? Oh, all of a sudden, in all its perfect glory, Mion's curry. Not only the judges, but the teacher, the underclassmen, and of course myself could only gasp in admiration. Hamburg steak with a demi-glaze sauce and fresh salad. How did you have time to put that together? It's a set. I wouldn't be stretching it to say that this was a full-course meal. It's perfect. Perfectly made. Amazing, amazing! Mei-chan, you're amazing! Yeah, but what about your salty rice? Did you remake your rice too? Mei-chan, you're amazing! Satoko was also shocked. Even Rika-chan couldn't hide her surprise. It seems the victor was decided without even needing a taste. Of course, the hamburger was hand-kneaded. The salad also had a home-style dressing, but of professional quality. And the curry, not even a micron of grit. This is sublime. Truly a taste to savor, Sonozaki-san. This curry is no doubt a living testimony to 6,000 years of Indian knowledge and beautiful harmony with Japanese cuisine. I'm elated. This deserves full marks. I'm giving it 100 points. Aw, you're welcome. I'm just trying to set an example as class representative. Mion bowed politely, and then winked at us with a smirk on her face. Wait. What if she didn't remake her rice, but took someone else's rice that wasn't salty? Oh. That or she remade it. I don't know if it'll be addressed, but it's a thought. Anyway, I admit defeat. There's no way this is happening. I'm certain I sabotaged that pot of rice. Oh, we are gonna address it. That's right. Satoko had dumped salt into Mion's rice cooker, which should have ruined it. At that moment, it hit me. I spun backwards. Yep, I knew it. To my own canister. That's why. At some point, my cooking canister had been opened, its contents completely emptied. Damn you, Mion! You used my rice! That's no fair! Hand over half of your curry! Mion clucked her tongue and waved her finger at me as a smirk washed over her face. Whoa there, Kei-chan. You're not taking this seriously enough. You gave up at the last moment. I didn't. That's the difference between us. As soon as you give up, it's all over. Yeah, I couldn't even properly voice my shame. Mii-chan, I feel sorry for Keiji-kun. I just Give him at least a little. It's fine, it's fine. This is a lesson. K-chan just learned that you shouldn't give up on the contest until it's all over. Right? It blows me to say it, but Mion is right. To give up so quickly on the match is my own folly. Pardon? For Mion to have brought that to my attention, I should actually be thankful to her. Well then, did that mean that even in this situation I shouldn't give up? My curry was overturned while it was still in the pot, and I don't even have any rice left. How in the blazes am I not supposed to lose hope in this situation? My bar-san... Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun suddenly appeared. Damn it. Even though my proteges had tried so hard, I wasn't able to meet their expectations. It was an accident. There was nothing you could do. Both of them were dejected. I couldn't accept defeat so easily. I was their senior. What would I be if I didn't pick up the broken pieces of the dream I had shown them? I just learned it from Mion just now, didn't I? Don't throw away the contest. Not until the last moment. Think, Keiji Maibara, think! Not about how to make more curry, about how to win the match. Ah! Someone just had a brain blast. I had an idea. I didn't think it could turn the tables, but it was better than nothing. Tomita-kun, come and wash your hands. Help me out. Okamura-kun, there's something I want you to find. Okay, gotcha. Both of them dispersed after receiving these instructions. Oh? How is Kei-chan going to flounder about at the end? Why don't you show me? Nobody likes a stubborn fool, you know. Shut up. Just sit there and watch the last card I have to play. First off, Mion, I'll be taking some of your rice. I won't let you say no. I don't really care. It's salty after all. It's okay if Rena helps too, right? Keiichi-kun is in trouble right now. Hearing you say that is very reassuring. Well then, Rena, go make some tea. He does trust me? Or he doesn't trust... Doesn't? Doesn't. He doesn't trust me. Next, Satoko. Also Rika-chan. I challenge you to a side bet. What did you say? We'll listen to your request. It was my duty to my two proteges who shed blood, sweat, and tears for my sake. Satoko, Rika-chan, if I receive a perfect score, I'll be taking your curry. Nothing for you to eat. You need to know when to stop joking around. I'll be giving a big no to that. No, it's alright, Satoko. Take him up on it. Firmly patting the top of Satoko's head, Mion said those words with all the gravitas of a club president. You handicapped him this much, didn't you? There's no way he can make up for that. So, meet him head on. No matter how hard he struggles, he's not going to make a comeback. Right? Yeah, that may be true, but... I don't mind. Keiichi, go for it. Yay! Mipa! The judges, seemingly growing tired of sampling the various curries, were debating each entry. From what little I overheard, it seemed that Mion's impending victory was not in question. By the way, what happened to my Barkun's curry? I still haven't tried it yet. Yeah, the pot with my curry in it fell over. Is that so? It's a real shame. I may have lost my curry, but that doesn't mean I've lost this contest. I'll have everybody singing my praises. My combative posturing had drawn the attention of all the judges. First of all, just be quiet and eat these, please. I'll listen to your complaints after that. This is my cooking! The capital I's looked weird in it. Oh, my Barkun? That's... Onigiri, huh? Ah, he made rice balls. The judges smiled wryly at the sample fare that was quite in contrast to the preceding bravado. Rena poured tea into the cups she had brought over from the break room. He's making a mockery of this. There, look! There's not even any filling. It's nothing more than salted onigiri. This isn't even worthy of being called a contest anymore. It's true. The amount of salt might be a little much, but... Rena's expression told me that she thought this was a great idea, but it might still not be enough to win the match. Maibara-san, is this really enough to make a comeback? Gentlemen, you did well. It's alright. Just watch. The judges were chewing with their mouths full and sipping at the tea. Nobody was singing praises or awestruck. They were just quietly chowing down. It seems that Kei-chan has learned how to use some rather underhanded tricks. This might be difficult. Yeah, that's right. Rena understands that now too. What do you mean? Why is everybody just quietly eating that much? You see, Satoka-chan, that's because the judges are actually tired of eating curry. Because they were judges, they had to sample each and every offering. And because they were from small children, because they were made to show their appreciation, they couldn't eat just a little bit of each. Sometimes a man values the amount more than the taste. At those times, rather than rich, mind-blowing flavor, they crave simplicity. They couldn't say it out loud, but this was the tastiest thing they'd had today. I confirmed that by looking at their eyes as the judges smiled wryly. I'll praise your efforts, but today's contest was about curry. I'm not sure we can give a score to this. The teacher and the principal had folded their arms while they pondered the situation. My underlings, seeing that, saw the small glimmer of hope fade away and grew dejected. Was this little surprise just not enough? Don't give up, Kei-chan, Mion whispered quietly. That's right. If I didn't push here... No. I'll have you give it a score. If you think that curry and onigiri are really that different, you're sorely mistaken. Huh? Maibara-kun, what are you saying? How are they the same? The principal stops the teacher. Yeah, I was gonna say, she's gonna get offended at that. It looked like he was giving me one final chance. The judges, having eaten their fill, quietly waited for my statement. In its homeland of India, curry is usually eaten with a type of bread called naan, isn't it? Oh, hell yeah, I love me some naan. And therefore, you could say that this cuisine we call curry rice is something that we have adopted and modified. Just as the teacher said at the beginning, it's a fusion of Indian and Japanese cuisine. I know what you're trying to say, Maibara-kun, but what does that have to do with onigiri? It's actually very simple. Both curry and onigiri are things made to let you enjoy eating rice. That's certainly a try. Rice was introduced to Japan from ancient China. Our agricultural forebears watered the fields, fighting the elements, disease, and pests to grow and raise our rice-centric culture. Yes, the Japanese people have formulated a plethora of dishes, but those were nothing more than attempts to find ways to enjoy eating rice. In other words, curry and onigiri are both the results of rice culture! I mean, I can see your logic, but I also feel like it's a reach. It was scattered at first, but slowly grew into a steady roar. It was a thunderous applause that praised me. Enough with the nonsense already! I won't accept this! The teachers are only judging curry, you know! This is out of the question! It obviously deserves 0 points! Miss Keiichi-kun did his best. Could you please acknowledge that? Today's class was supposed to be about curry. What should we do? Mion, stifling her laughter, stepped forward. There's a story about how when a Michelin 3-star chef from France came to Japan, the people from the hotel he was staying at had a whole bunch of ingredients imported from France. But the chef didn't even give them a second glance. I wonder why that was. They were ingredients from his homeland. This chef went to the local fish market and made a dish from fresh fish caught in Japan. The culture of food isn't bound by predetermined rules. It's culture. If you come to Japan, you meld with Japanese culture and make something new. That's how curry and onigiri are the same. Mion, she was providing fire support. I had to be grateful. The judges were somehow moved by this complicated yet baseless trivia. A stern look washed over the teacher's face as she refolded her arms. My Barkun, your pot of curry was flipped over, wasn't it? Even though I said at the beginning to be careful. I'm sorry. But, as my Barkun and Sonozaki-san said, there are no boundaries in cuisine. If it's something that can amaze people, then it's not something that should be discriminated against just because of the form. Then... For spilling your pot, minus 20 points. But, just for today, for not giving up and doing your best, plus 20 points. I'll give you 100 points. My Bara-san, we did it! My underclassman leapt at me. A perfect score! We did it, we did it! I mean, I'm surprised that it got a 100 compared to Mion's, like, full-on full-course meal versus just onigiri. Like, I love me some onigiri, but a full-course meal, like, with the salad and everything, it's like the salad would have helped with alleviating some of the curry exhaustion. I don't know. Anyway. The curry was spilt and our rice was taken, but we made a comeback. In the end, Rika-chan's curry also received full marks, so everybody but Rena had a perfect score. Since this contest was outside the scope of regular club activities, there wasn't any particular penalty game. Rena breathed a sigh of relief. I was gonna say, was there a penalty established? Now then, as promised, Satoko, Rika-chan, I'll be taking your curry. But that means we won't have any lunch! Satoko stomped angrily at the ground in frustration, but the price of defeat was absolute. Is what I wanted to say, but I'll show you some mercy. You can eat half. Thank you, Keiichi. And my two proteges peered over from the sidelines, tears of joy streaming from their faces. We exchanged glances that would only be understood amongst men. You fucking freaks. We did it, my Bar-san. This is all thanks to you. We flashed each other a thumbs up. Now, I just have to give these to my pupils. I've gotten pretty hungry myself. I guess I'll have one of my onigiri. Wait, huh? There was no trace of my onigiri. The ones I had set aside for myself included. As I peered around searching for them, the principal clapped a hand on my shoulder. When I was listening to that speech you gave, the rice I was chewing grew even more delicious. Ah, sir. Can it be that you also ate my share? The principal simply laughed without answering, so that's yes. Seriously? My eyes half brimming with tears and my stomach rumbling. I was called over by the teacher. My Barkun, because of the circumstances, I had to give you a perfect score, but you understand, right? Huh? Understand what? There was an odd glint in the teacher's eyes. If I had to describe it, it was curry-colored. Like a pot of stewing curry, her eyes whirled around in a spiral. A chill washed over me. The teacher clutched me by the shoulders and drew me in closer until our noses were almost touching. Curry is the world's most respected and sacred of dishes. I will absolutely not allow it to be put in the same category as onigiri. You hear me? Curry was created in ancient India, one of the 4 great river valley civilizations, and was raved about during the reign of King Ashoka and Kapila... I'm gonna fuck up saying this, but Kapilavastu for the birth of the Shakya at the International Food Expo. Michelin twirly, even the Eiffel Tower was pickled in shimmering curry turmeric, whether you were asleep or awake. Curry! Oh god, she's crazy. She's crazy for curry. I can't exactly blame her, though. Hey, Keiichi-san? What are you stumbling around for? Cleaning up is part of cooking, too. Keiichi-kun, your eyes are all curried. Why is that? Why? Curry. Yikes. She got him, huh? It's okay. He'll be back to normal by tomorrow. Probably. It wasn't that long before hunger brought me back to my senses. Anybody got any leftover curry? Anyway, where's the spoopy? Where's the spoopy? They keep giving me teases, but where's the spoopy? And now I'm craving curry like a nobody's business. But of course, there's no way for me to get some at this hour. Damn it. In the end, all of the onigiri was eaten by the principal, so I had to make do without lunch. Skipping lunch. I never knew the afternoon could be so long and painful. All this talk of hunger is making me hungry. God damn it, stop. Give me 1 second, actually. Let me just grab a cheese stick real quick. God damn it. Take this chance to hydrate and stretch if you haven't. That's what I will. I gotta keep up noise. Because, I noticed on one of my VODs, when I took a break, and had the BRB screen up and it was playing this music, it actually got, content ID'd. It didn't give me a strike, but it was still like, we gotta mute this part. I don't want to have the risk of anything getting muted. So, I'm just gonna eat this cheese stick super fast. And talk enough that hopefully I won't try muting anything again. Like, it also sucks because it's part of the game's soundtrack. Like, this isn't like a situation with a radio playing licensed music like in, like, Saints Row or something. This is just music in the game itself for the game. Getting content ID'd for it kind of sucks. But it's fine. It was only for the break, and I double-checked. It didn't mute any of my actual spoken words, so wait, I lucked out on that. Okay, hopefully that'll stave off hunger until I'm done. Okay. Love me some cheese. Alright, let's go. Oh yeah, drowsiness made him swing. I didn't finish reading that, but let me say that again. Skipping lunch. I never knew the afternoon could be so long and painful. A feeling other than drowsiness made me space out. Are you alright, Keiichi-kun? That's why I said you shouldn't eat Rena's curry. As if I could eat this curry with enough salt in it to make my blood pressure rise just by looking at it. Is what I said, as I initially refused. I could only regret it. The hunger. The stomach. You might have just been able to eat just the rice. Well, you did a good job making it through. Your absolutely hopeless situation, that is. Kei-chan, you're pretty strong when you're cornered, eh? I don't need any compliments right now. I need food. There's something for you to eat at home, right? We don't keep snacks lying around at home. And I'm out of cup noodles right now. Since you're enduring that hunger so much right now, I'm sure tonight's dinner will be really tasty. I had absolutely no intention of laughing along. Do you guys happen to walk past a convenience store on your way home? Maybe you could pick up something there. Well then, I'll take my leave. I have my part-time job again today. It's really rough when you're not used to the work. Ah, that job at Angel Mort's family restaurant, huh? That uniform was somewhat stimulating. Being a waitress really is hard work. Eh? Mi-chan is working as a waitress? Really? Really? What kind of place is it, huh? No, Right, I'm working at that toy store from the other day. Why are you stuttering about it? Shion is the waitress. Ah, my bad. I completely forgot that was how it ended up being. I'm sorry. You guys look so similar, I mixed you up. Are you still just playing along with it, Keiichi, or do you actually believe— Bro, I need to know. Keiichi-kun, who's Shion? Rena asked the obvious question. With this, he's clearly still playing along. I need to see the two in the same room now, just to further make him flip out or something. Anyway, Mion's younger twin sister. She's got a different personality, but she's a dead ringer for Mion. That's right. We look similar, but our personalities are completely different. I'm very kind and thoughtful, but Shion has a cold and scary personality. I think that when you guys were born, Shion got all the feminine aspects. Unlike Mion, she's a cute, cheerful girl. Kei-chan! Rena interjected as her eyes darted back and forth from our exchange. Is that true? Rena's never met her. Mi-chan, did you ever tell me you had a younger sister? Shion's existence was already being exposed as a cover-up. I couldn't help Mion out here. I could only have her end this charade. Charade, I've seen both. Heard both. Anyway. Oh yeah, I still haven't introduced her to you, Rena. My younger sister's name is Shion. I don't know. I've never heard of her. I never met her when I went to Mi-chan's house. Yeah, that. You know, I'm the only one that lives with Granny. Shion lives at the family home in Okinomiya. We're not that close, so yeah, she doesn't come here too often. Rena's face indicated that she wasn't sure if she was convinced. She was usually a bit of an airhead, but she was unusually sharp when it came to these kinds of things. Well, it's not a lie. Please believe me. As she said, "Yeah, I believe you," a smile suddenly blossomed on Rena's face. Rena wants to meet her. I'll go and see her sometime. What store is she working at? What store? That is... she's getting more tangled in her little web. I could tell that Mion was getting increasingly frantic. I wanted to help her out, but it was hard for an outsider to butt in on family issues. Sorry, I have to get to work. Later, Rena, Kei-chan, see you tomorrow. Unilaterally ending the conversation, Mion headed home. No matter how you looked at it, she was running away. We'll just label this one as an emergency escape. Mi-chan was kinda cute. I wonder why. Rena giggled in amusement. Okay, but still waiting on the spooky. I wonder when dinner is. Lying down be the best way to conserve energy? I sprawled in the entryway without even taking off my shoes. Hello? As I was losing the last vestiges of my consciousness, the doorbell rang. It seemed I had a guest. Rena with snacks, maybe? Come on in! It's open! I directed my listless voice at the door. I could ask you the same thing. Good afternoon. Huh? Kei-chan, what are you doing? It seemed my guest was Mion, or rather, Shion. She seemed shocked when she saw me sprawled out in the entryway. Is that Shion? Wait, why? I thought that Shion's existence was an illusion that was limited to when Mion was at the restaurant. That's why I never even considered that Shion would appear here. I heard from my sister. Because of club activities today, you weren't able to eat lunch, right? Yeah, it was a lot of trouble. Satoko spilled my pot, and you stole my rice. But I'm... Shion. She grew red and began to mope. That's right, she was the younger twin right now. Sorry. What's up? Did you bring something for me to eat? Oh, she looks cute! Oh my, it's somehow disappointing that you hit the nail right on the head, but here. With a disappointed smile, Shion held out the small bento box she had hidden behind her back. Huh? You really brought me something to eat? Thanks. There was still some of the ground beef left over from what my sister brought to school. I knew it was going to be right before dinner, but I wondered if you'd want it. Okay, now that's bringing up an inch... Okay, hold on. I thought y'all didn't live together, so how would there be ground beef left over unless she took it from the family home? But I thought she lived with her grandma. That shouldn't... I'm pretty sure this game doesn't... The story doesn't do oversights like that. So interesting conflicting information here. That kind of pushes more into the alternate side of Mion theory that Keiichi is leaning towards. So interesting. But also goes against Mion saying that they don't live together because she took some ground beef from... Yeah. Interesting. Anyway. I knew it was going to be right before dinner, but I wondered if you'd want it. Am I bothering you? Not even a bit. I'm really happy. Can I really eat this? Aw. Sneaking a look inside the box to say that she just put some of the leftovers inside would have been a lie. It was an elegant meal stuffed inside. Is it really okay? There's not, like, a ton of hot sauce mixed in or anything, right? Jeez, I'm not my sister. I wouldn't do that kind of thing. If you don't like it, you don't have to force yourself. I'll just go home and eat it myself. Saying that, she pouted cutely and made a motion as if to snatch the box back. There were some times that made me doubt that she was the same person as Mion, and this was undoubtedly one of those moments. I don't mind at all. I want to chow down on it with thanks from the bottom of my heart. It's not something to be so thankful about that your nose has to run. Shion, who had thought that I might not take the bento, looked down happily. There's not much, but do you want to come in? I could probably make some tea or something. Sorry. Maybe some other time? I'm on my way to work. Oh, that's right. She did say that before. Just rinse the box out with water and give it back to my sister tomorrow, please. Of course. It would only be the proper thing to do after being allowed to eat something that looks this delicious. Well then, I'll take my leave. One last thing. Shion grew red again as she looked down once more. During that contest with the curry, my sister took your rice without permission, right? My sister fools around too much, so sometimes she gets carried away. She wasn't doing it just to be mean. Hey, it's not like I mind that too much. There are no grudges when it comes to club activities, after all. In fact, I should be the one that's thankful for all the thrills and entertainment. Could you tell that to Mion for me? Yes. I think my sister will be very happy to hear that. Well then, I have to go. Shion smiled brightly. After bowing deeply, she left as she looked at her watch. I'm happy, but is this really okay? I looked at the bento box that she left behind. Check and make sure there's no needles in it. A faint warmth spread through the palm of my hand. If it were Mion, I could see hot sauce, mustard, maybe even a needle being mixed inside. Bro, I literally just... this game knows what it's doing. The story knows what it's doing. It's teasing us. It is teasing us. It is teasing us, reminding us of the horrors of the last chapter, and knowing we are expecting it by being like, hey, you remember that fucked up thing that happened in the last chapter? Or any, like, you remember that shit? You remember that shit? Here's a little reminder. We know you remember. We're teasing you at this point. Goddamn. But really, I don't think she would go so far as putting a needle in there. I have some unfortunate news for you, Keiichi Maibara. I accidentally pressed the goddamn arm on my chair again. Sorry. I opened the box once again and hesitantly tasted a bit. I took a bite. And another. There was no funny business. There was no danger at all, for it was delicious. That's right. That was Shion, not Mion. So there shouldn't have been anything to worry about. I rushed back to my room, eating as I gave my thanks. It was so delicious that my stomach could cry. Shion. No. Mion. When she heard I was so hungry I could die, she brought this over to me. It was delicious to the last bite. By the way, nothing strange had been mixed in. I was a bit embarrassed at myself for being so skeptical. You have every right to be skeptical considering the last chapter of this story, okay? And I'm still waiting for that sort of shit to kick back in and wondering when it's going to. Because I think last time it was delicious is the next tip. I think last time by now we had run into Tomitake-san and gotten a hint of the weird shit, so... I don't know. Anyway, let's view the new tip, and maybe in the next chapter I'll go for one more. I'll go one more chapter. And I hope maybe we'll finally get a hint at some of the spookies. It was delicious. What's up? Hey, Mion. Here. Oh, handing back the box. Okay, so it's like, just like, so we don't have to work, pad out the main plot. Here's just this little discussion to get it off to the side for some reason. Anyway, what is it, Kei-chan? I thrust the bento box she'd given me yesterday at her face. It's the bento box you gave me yesterday. Thank you. It was delicious. Mion's face quickly flushed bright red. Hey now, you were the one pretending to be Shion when you gave it to me. You're gonna give it away if you get all red like that when you're being Mion. At this rate, she might trip and fall right into her own grave, so I decided to help her out. Listen, I was pretty hungry yesterday. Out of the blue, Shion came all the way to my house and gave me some food in a bento box. This is that box. I made sure to wash it clean. Right. Shion's really considerate, That was so transparent. Was Mion always this terrible at lying? Nah, have you seen how good she is at club activities? Her expression was different than usual, but it looked strangely cute. So, what did you think? You two were like peas in a pod. You're twins, right? Obviously, you'd look the same. Not that. Mion looked kind of bewildered, like she was waiting for a specific answer. When she said impression, maybe she didn't mean Shion, but the bento? Oh, of course. It was delicious. Really? I never lie about liking food. If I say something's good, then it's objectively good. You can feel free to give my recommendations to every single person you meet. Tell Shion it was seriously great, alright? Okay. Tell Shion, right? I will. I think she'll be happy. We're going along with the Shion having given it to me, not Mion, aren't we? Yet, her laugh, it came from deep down, and it sounded really happy. I guess she really can laugh nicely enough that just looking at her makes me feel better too. A sarcastic remark made its way onto my tongue, but I swallowed it back. As Mion went to put the bento box in her bag, she noticed a clattering noise. Kei-chan, there's something inside. Uh-huh. Wow. She opened it? The thing inside was a little embarrassing, so I wish she hadn't opened it here. Panicking, I hit it with my hands. Well, this is... Well, my mother told me to put them in as thanks. I didn't come up with it I didn't come up with it or anything. Don't get the wrong idea. It's so pretty. Candy. There was a handful of candies neatly wrapped in paper inside the sparkly clean bento box. When I was cleaning the box out yesterday in the sink, Mom came over and interrogated me, and I fessed up as to who had given me the food. And she told me that something like this called for a display of gratitude. I didn't want to, because it was embarrassing, so I argued that it wouldn't be like me to do that. Well, that's what happened. I mean, I was so embarrassed it felt like fire might shoot out of my face. Mion, laughing the whole thing off like she usually did, would be fine. But for some reason, she was staring at the candy in the box with fascination. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank my mom. She put them in there. Besides, you're not the one I need to be thanking, right, Mion? Those are for Shion, okay? Right. You're right. Okay. I'll be sure to tell Shion. I just know she'll be happy. Mion, looking a little downtrodden, put the lid back on the box. Seemed like I ended up saying something a little mean at the end. Yeah. Mi-chan, you look sort of cozy today. Did something happen? Did it? Perhaps she's caught a fever? The red in her face is probably due to the increased body temperature. Hey, Rika, why are you petting my head? Satoko, I'm sure you'll be able to catch fever soon enough. Pet, pet. Raising suspicions. Okay. There's clearly something going on here. Saving progress so far. And continue. Okay, gonna go through one more chapter, then I'm gonna call it. Unless it's a short chapter, but I kinda doubt it. All the chapters in this are pretty long. I might have explained this before, but phys ed at our school is really just an exercise in disorder. After some random warm-ups, the rest of the time is spent doing whatever. That's what phys ed was like in one of my high schools, yeah. Just do your warm-ups and then just do whatever as long as you're being active. You could literally just walk around in circles with your friend and you'd be fine. Anyway. You're free to cause a ruckus or just fall asleep. I'm not really sure, but doesn't the Board of Education have some sort of curriculum for this? Something like, when you're this old, you should have this amount of physical ability? I have no idea what you're saying, Keiichi-san. It's rather difficult to understand. Well, you see, it's something like a rule for teachers to follow during class. Maybe you weakling city folk need something like that. But do you really think us country-raised kids would lag behind in physical ability? We're better athletes than you would think, Keiichi. Come to think of it, they might be right. If we all lined up for a race, there was a good chance I'd finish dead last if I didn't start off well. Let's just pray that when a brutal penalty game is at stake, the 100-meter dash isn't a club activity. On that note, I've watched too much television, so I am fantastically tired. I'll be using this time to catch up on my sleep. It's 4th period and I'm completely starved. If I don't sleep now, when will I ever? As I began to sprawl out on top of a pipe, Mion grabbed me by the collar. Do you really think I'd let you sleep in peace and quiet? With that look on your face, it'd require more courage to try and take a nap than not. Good grief. Which means... is it going to start again? No. Just killing time with idle chit-chat until the bell rings is impossible for us hot-blooded youth, isn't it? Shall we start a club activity? Just as I thought. Let's come to this. What's today's game? Yep, more game time. Now that this is happening, taking a nap is impossible. Not just that, with this sleep-deprived head of mine, I'm as good as mincemeat. I have to get my brain into gear. Rena thinks that we should decide what today's penalty game should be before we start. Rena knows what's up. I've prepared something super special today. She began to announce the cruel penalty game with a grand spinning flourish. But before she could do that... I'm sorry. I have something that I wanted to do. Of all people, it was Rika-chan announcing her non-participation. Even rare events do eventually occur. Losing her timing, Mion spun like a top as she tumbled to the ground. What? Huh? What's the matter? Are you not feeling well? Oh, that's right. Mi-chan, she has to practice for the Watanagashi. Ah, yes, we're bringing the festival up again. The festival where the spoopy stuff really kicks in. Yes, tell me more about it. Oh, shit, my belt came loose. Fuck. Right. That's right. It's this Sunday. Oh, it's coming up fast. Rika's in the middle of super serious training right now. I've been working too hard lately, so my arms hurt. I see. Well, there's nothing that can be done. There's no point in doing anything if we can't get everybody together. Today, let's just take it easy. I'm very sorry, but I'll try my best. Yeah, good luck. We'll be cheering you on. When Mion announced that today's club activity was cancelled, Rika-chan and Satoko headed off behind the school building. Only I was left alone, completely clueless as to what everybody was talking about. What was that about? Is Rika-chan training for a competition or something? We gotta go through the exposition of the Watanagashi again! Rika-chan is a shrine maiden for the Watanagashi, so she has to perform a ritual dance. It's practice for that. Why don't you explain things in order? First of all, what is this Watanagashi? Next, what do you mean by shrine maiden? Last, what do you mean by ritual dance? Huh? Didn't you get the notice at your house, Kei-chan? Wasn't it written there? The Watanagashi festival is this Sunday. Huh? Come to think of it, I have a feeling Mom did say something about it during dinner the other day. The Watanagashi is a festival that happens at the shrine on a Sunday every June. It's very lively. I see. But Watanagashi sounds like a pretty strange name for it. Is it something like the Lantern Festival where they have a memorial for the dead by floating things down the river? Oh, I figured you might guess right, Kei-chan. The Watanagashi, or Cotton Drift Festival, is, as the name implies, where we set cotton adrift down the river. The cotton you see is from futons or jackets, so it would be something like a futon memorial? They also pile futons up on the altar. I've heard of people leaving offerings of things like needles or kitchen knives to their ancestors or to cause casualties of war. But an offering of futons is the first for me. What's the history behind that? Mion tilted her head pensively. I don't think there's a complicated backstory to it. The winters around here are pretty harsh, so things like warm futons and coats to ward off the cold are fairly important, I guess. Ah, I see. In other words, it's something like giving thanks to the futons that took care of you during the winter then. Then the Shrine Maiden holds a memorial service for them and set them adrift. That's what the Watanagashi is? Mion and Rena indicated that I had the correct answer with a round of applause. And you see? That Shrine Maiden performing the memorial is Rika-chan. Oh? So Rika-chan is a Shrine Maiden. Now that you mention it, Rika-chan does have a mystical air about her. Right? Rika-chan in a Shrine Maiden outfit? Oh, so cute! It certainly does seem like it would suit her. Yeah, it might be cute. I finally get what you're saying. Rika-chan's training is for her performance as a Shrine Maiden, then. That would be it. The Shrine Maiden has to purify a number of futons as part of the ceremony. It's practice for that. It's a lot of hard work. The Shrine Maiden has to carry a large ceremonial hoe as part of the rite, and it's really heavy for Rika-chan. Oh, Rika-chan is pretty small. Exactly how heavy is that hoe? It's pretty heavy. Enough that Rika-chan has been practicing with a mochi mallet. Wait a minute. That's way too heavy! Forget about Rika-chan, that'd be rough even for me! It's a sacred ceremonial hoe. If she dropped it by accident, it'd be big trouble. Well, it's a once-a-year kind of... It's a once-a-year kind of deal. All we can do is cheer from the sidelines. It'll be okay. She pulled it off last year. Really? Then the least I can do is cheer her on. Even something that little would help, right? I was rather curious about exactly how she practiced. Mion laughed as she shook her head. Leave her alone. If you go, Rika-chan will get all cute and won't be able to practice. I didn't quite understand what Mion was saying. You see, Rika-chan doesn't like showing people how hard she works. Okay? So just leave her be. Even the always cool and aloof Rika-chan has times when she sweats while giving it her all. Because she was always so well put together, she didn't want people to see an ungainly side of her. It's not like I couldn't understand that feeling. All I can do is pray for her success, huh? Do your best, Rika Furude! I'm cheering for you! Well then. I climbed up onto the pipe and plopped down on my side. Nap time! Hooray, hooray, Rika-chan! In order to transmit more of my psychic waves of encouragement, I'll be entering a meditative state now. Snore. So you're just going to sleep after all? I mean, if we're not doing club activities, then why the fuck not? Okay, but what day of the week is it? So, like, how close are we to Sunday? How close are we to the potential spoopiness? The lackadaisical noontime ended up giving way to mind-numbing afternoon classes. Rebounding from yesterday's hunger, I ate too much for lunch today, leaving me in a horrible condition. I might have gorged myself a bit too much. I'll have to endure afternoon classes. Keiichi-kun, you had an amazing appetite today! Basically, you always eat like a pig. But today was on a whole different level. Yesterday I skipped lunch, right? That hunger just soaked right in. This time, no matter how much I ate, my hunger knew no bounds. I get you, I get you. But really, Kei-chan, you always finish your lunch down to the last bite. Heck, even down to the last grain of rice. With food, you show your appreciation for the person who made it by eating it, you know? If you leave any behind, it's rude to the person who put in all that effort. Hearing that, Mion's eyes momentarily widened in surprise, followed by a cool laugh. Kei-chan, really? At first glance, you seem unruly and irresponsible, but you're actually pretty conscientious. Conscientious? I know the word, I just can't remember how to pronounce it right now. Well-disciplined, or something like that. Yeah, Rina thinks so too. Keiichi-kun is a lot kinder than he looks. Both of them were probably trying to compliment me, but I had a strange feeling I wasn't being complimented at all. That's not true. I just wanted to say that there's a big gap between your appearance and your personality. And I'm saying that's not a compliment. Hey! Sonozaki-san, my Barakun, we're in the middle of class. How far did you get, Sonozaki-san? Bring your notes up here. Startled, Mion vocalized a rather easy-to-understand utterance. She was so enthralled in the conversation, she had stopped working completely. Doing alright, Star. You haven't progressed at all. You're in the highest grade, so you have to shape up. Not Mion. Looks like she's getting lectured. Poor bastard. Appearances can be deceiving, in other words. Actually, Appearance might be the opposite of reality. You say some interesting things. Responding to Rena's seemingly profound statement, I turned my gaze to where Satoko was happily studying together with Rika-chan. But also interesting you say that, considering Rika's behavior in the last chapter. Remember how freaky she got? Are you saying that brat Satoko was actually really meek? If I went by what Rena literally said, then that would be the case. I could hardly imagine Satoko being meek and gentle like a girl in some fairy tale. Satoko-chan's been rude lately, but just a while ago she was pretty different. She acted really spoiled and always... Yep. Keep the secret from Satoko-chan, okay? That's Satoko. Acting so cute? For Satoko to play coy, I think that would have to be some part of some calculated plot. Even if she was to hide behind someone, I wouldn't think it was because she was attached to them. But since it came up, I tried to imagine a gentle and coquettish Satoko. The fucking wispy noise. You're fucking teasing me! Hey, Satoko! What is it, Oni-sama? Bro. Satoko smiled cutely and walked towards me. By the way, for every three steps forward Satoko took, for some reason, I took 3 steps away. Oni-sama, why are you running away? Sorry, Satoko. For you to approach me with an affectionate smile on your face, I just have to think it's some sort of trap. That's so mean! Oni-sama, you meanie! So sorry. I didn't intend to be so mean. The weeping Satoko came closer to me. I'm a sucker for tears. Click. Clink. Huh? A bear trap? My leg was being clamped down on by jagged metal This took a turn. Oh, you fell for it. Now for the next part. Satoko raised her right arm triumphantly, and traps began to trigger one after another. Is this foreshadowing? Suddenly the wall sprang forward, throwing me 3 blocks away. There I saw a giant metal ball covered in spikes hurtling towards me. On top of that, in the direction of the ball... On top of that, in the direction the ball would knock me, was a giant guillotine. I'm not really sure, but Keiichi-kun, you're not thinking of anything completely ludicrous right now, are you? Not really. Not at all. That's a lie. That's a lie, she says. You've got the kind of look on your face that says, I'm gonna be crushed by a giant spiked metal ball. How does one's facial expression even say? Yeah, how could my expression convey what I was thinking like that? How? Sorry. Imagining a meek and gentle Satoko is impossible right now. I'll try again when I'm in better shape. Next, I looked over at Rika-chan, who was working diligently on some kanji drills. In contrast to Satoko, her default state was meek and gentle. If Rika-chan came at me saying Oni-sama, I'd hug her. Tightly. I could get used to that. Keiichi-kun, you're drooling. Sorry. Why would you drool about that? Boy? Then how about Rika-chan? Are you saying that her appearance is deceiving as well? Saying that out loud, I felt a tinge of doubt. Was Rika-chan really all sweet? Despite her appearance, she really was quite sly. Sweetly. How do you put it? Evading things deftly? I get the feeling that Rika-chan isn't only just sweet. Her appearance is definitely deceiving. I couldn't put exactly what I was imagining into words, but Mena managed to say what I wanted to. She turned to me with an impish look in her eyes, like she was saying, you shouldn't say something like that. When Rika-chan grows up, I'm sure she'll become an incredibly devilish beauty, with men wrapped all around her little finger. Don't you think that would be cool? Rena said that lightheartedly, but I, as a man, couldn't laugh at that. The scary part about that was that it felt like it could be true. Noticing my gaze, Rika-chan turned towards me and let loose with an angelic smile. Both Rena and I, feeling as if that was directed towards us personally, had our hearts skip a beat. Oh, so cute, 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 so cute! Rena, your nose is bleeding. Appearances can be deceiving, huh? Well then, what about our dear leader Mion? I stared at her as she tried to weasel her way out of her scolding by the teacher. By Rena's theory, that unrefined, calculating, conniving Mion also had a side of her that belied appearances. Then what you're saying is that Mion, despite her appearance, is actually a good person?
Ami-chan is a good person.
Oh, well, that is true. But what I'm trying to say is...
Yep, I know what you're trying to say, Keiichi-kun.
Catching on that I was struggling to express my feelings as words, Rena smiled even more brightly. You know what?
Mi-chan is mysterious, right? She's a girl, but it's like she's a guy.
Pretty queer, huh? That's right. Mion was more than aware that she was a girl, but it was exactly as Rena said. When Mion livened up the mood, it wasn't as though she felt like a guy or a girl specifically, but a friend of the same gender. Screw gender roles! If she were a guy, we'd probably be like two peas in a pod. Although, that's the same way it is right now.
But, you see, even that Mi-chan is actually really feminine.
Rena, how much did Mion pay you, exactly?
That's not true! Jeez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, you know? You know?
Rena began to pout. Now probably wasn't the right time to joke around.
Mi-chan is the club president, so she's trying hard to lead everybody. But she's really a very cute girl. I really don't want you to forget that, Keiichi-kun.
Rena's gaze focused off into the distance, beyond where Mion was. The Mion that I met at Angel Mort was unimaginably different compared to the Mion that I normally knew. Flustered and hesitant from the unfamiliar job. It was a far cry from the brash and confident Mion. Even though she had to hurry to work, she went through all the trouble to bring me food when I was on the brink of starvation. And she did so not as Mion, but as Shion. What exactly was Shion to Mion? What kind of person was Mion exactly?
Keiichi-kun probably couldn't even begin to imagine.
As if to say it was our little secret, Rena held her finger up to her lips as she giggled. Mion, finally free from the teacher's preaching, returned to her seat, cradling her head to hide her embarrassment. This old man, you see, thinks that grade school is enough for everything you need to study for in life. Saying that, she flopped down into her seat violently. Mion was actually really feminine. Right. I wonder if I can meet Shion again. I wanted to talk to her again. Clang clang. The principal waved around the bell that served as the school chime. The teacher rushed back to the blackboard and began to list everybody's homework assignments.
Whoa. It looks like there's gonna be a lot of homework today. Gotta buckle down.
Well then. That means even Rena?
Huh? What do you mean?
Appearances can be deceiving. Would that apply to you too?
Huh? Keiichi-kun, how do you see me? How?
The Rena Ryugu that I knew. Sometimes took things too far, but was generally a kind and gentle, ideal girl.
Really? Really? Then that makes me happy, I guess.
If she was the opposite of what she seems, that would make her... And if you were really the opposite? Just try saying it. I won't be mad. That's what I felt she meant. Rena is...
Uh-huh. Rena is... Even if you were the opposite, you'd still be Rena, right? This question shouldn't have been so nerve-wracking to answer. Maybe it was because the person in question was staring at me, but even saying that took a strange amount of effort. That's no fair, Keiichi-kun. It bothers me when you say it that way. Oh. Perhaps unable to endure my silence, Rena's face began to burn red with embarrassment. Rena! Kei-chan! Let's go home! Mion walked over and started getting ready to go home. Whenever school is over, she really does get noticeably more energetic. It's because freedom. It's the freedom from not having to worry about classes. You can just go home. Sure, you gotta worry about homework, but you just get to go back home. It was the same relaxing walk home as always. Digging around my pocket on a whim, I noticed something that should have been there was missing. What's the matter, Kei-chan? The key to my house that I always carry around is gone. Man, where did I lose it? It's fine today since my parents are home, but still, this is bad. It sure is troublesome. Did you forget it somewhere? Or did you drop it? Which one was it? Did I take it with me this morning in the first place? Huh? Kei-chan, did that key have anything that would make it stand out? Yeah, it's on a keychain. It was a blue fur seal, something I made for summer homework a long time ago. Huh. Does it have its eyes shut like it's taking a nap? Oh, how did you know? Yeah, that's it. Mion looked away and began to whistle. See, you went for dinner at Angel Mort's a couple of days ago, right? That night, the staff found a key, and there was a fur seal keychain attached to it. As she said that, she suddenly grew flustered, then added that Shion had told her about it. Huh? So I dropped it then? But aren't you glad they found it? I'm sure they're looking after it for you. That's right. Why don't you go? Shion looks the same as me, so you'll know her by sight. That was a rather unexpected development. Once again, I had no choice but to go and meet with Shion. But I also had to thank her for the bento from yesterday. Besides, taking some time and chatting with this other side of Mion might be interesting. Half-jokingly, I began to think about things like this. Right. Angel Mort, was it? I'll head over to Shion's restaurant and get my key back. While I'm at it, having a nice spot of tea might not be a bad idea. You sound like an English gentleman. That totally doesn't suit you, Kei-chan. Is this the restaurant? The one that Mi-chan's little sister is working at? Yeah. Why don't we go together, Rena? Sorry to disappoint you, but I have plans with my father today. Some other time. Rena seemed pretty disappointed about having to miss such a great opportunity. You said they're twins, but do they really look that much alike? Enough to mistake which is which? Yeah, they're totally the same. At least on the outside. Unlike Mion, she's well-mannered and really cute, though. In response to my teasing, Mion pouted and began to argue with me. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at Mion's little farce. After all, they weren't just identical. They were the same person. Supposedly. After going home, I changed my clothes and dug my bike out of the garage. Just thinking that I would be able to meet Shion again gave me a mysterious feeling. Shion, a name for a different kind of Mion. She was a mysterious and ridiculous person, believing she had fooled everyone like that. I noticed that I was pedaling along quite happily. Could it be that I was looking forward to meeting Shion? I felt a sense of giddy anticipation, like I was headed towards a new friend's house for the first time. What Rena said about Mion actually being really feminine sprang to mind once again. The guilt from spying on another side of Mion, the self-consciousness from being the only one that knew about that side. These feelings mixed together. That was Shion for you. Mion's little twin sister. Until she felt like coming out and admitting she was Mion, it was fine to just call her Shion, right? Mion might be trying to have some fun by acting out a different persona. As I reached the top of the steep hill, the horizon expanded before me. I was almost at the station. The last time, I wasn't embarrassed since I was here with Dad, but this time I was alone. I was strangely self-conscious about it. Meet Shion, get my key back. That was all this task was supposed to be. If I dawdled around like this, maybe Shion would find me before she headed in for work. Hey, what are you doing, Keiichi Maibara? You're just here to get your key back, you know? It's not like you're some love-struck schoolboy here to hand over a love letter. The thoughts inside my head were slowly turning into a jumbled mess. I came to the realization that I was downright giddy. That's why, for just a bit, just a tiny little bit, I got a little carried away and did something really stupid. What did you did? I kicked over a parked motorcycle that was blocking the sidewalk. It was in the way, sure, but there was absolutely no need for me to kick it. I definitely think I got too carried away. Thunk, clack. Crash. That didn't sound good. As the three bikes toppled one after another like dominoes, the loud noise they caused snapped me back to my senses. Oh. Shit. The hell you think you're doing? The owners of those three bikes were right there. They looked exactly like what you'd call thugs up to no good. They lifted their heads up in an imposing manner and yelped angrily in a way that I had never heard before. The three of them beelined towards me, the worn-down heels of their thin-soled shoes slapping noisily against the pavement. I could only stare listlessly as if I were watching some far-off event that didn't concern me at all. By the time I realized it, I had been grabbed by the collar and lifted onto my tiptoes. Don't be playing dumb. You knocked them over, didn't you? Huh? The three thugs were completely ignoring the rules of grammar, but the way they spoke was enough to make me tremble. Just like that, my composure drained away. My legs buckled and my throat grew dry enough to crack. I'm sorry. I accident my ass. You kicked it, didn't you, dumbass? Wow. I was completely at fault, so there was nothing I could say in my defense. As a result, I was pulled even higher. The hell, man? The paint's all scuffed. Yo, brat. Who put you up to this, eh? This is your gurdam... This is your gurdam fault. The three of them continued to yell at me. I had no idea what each of them were saying. Getting further enraged that I was only listening while dumbstruck, they grabbed an empty plastic crate from a nearby store and began to smash it repeatedly against a telephone pole. Cracks formed in the crate, plastic shards flying everywhere. They then slammed it full force into the shuttered storefront. The shutter let out a frighteningly loud noise. Still not satisfied, they flipped over a case of empty cans, scattering its contents all over the place. This was not normal. It was something you saw often on television or in manga, but I never thought seeing it in person would be this terrifying. You know, they're getting a little too angry right now. At a kid at that. And, like, nobody is stopping to say anything? Like, they're clearly not hiding it. They're making a shit ton of noise. Like, nobody's, like, telling them to chill the fuck out. I became painfully aware that the safety of civilized society was only held up by such a frail concept as morals. My knees clattered together noisily. Static began to pepper my vision. This is what you would call absolute terror. There was nothing I could do to stop this frightening spectacle of violence. I could only pray for help. The fear I felt was just too much. Would somebody help me? My gaze floundered about the surrounding area. I was surrounded by these three hoodlums. No way would there be a passerby brave enough to intervene. Maybe this is what you call reaping what you sow? If I were a passerby, there would be no doubt that I'd ignore what was going on. So this was somewhat of a cosmic retribution. Fucking say something! I'll fucking stab you! I swear on me, mum! Angry yelling loud enough to rattle my eardrums spewed forth right in front of my face. My waning consciousness was forcefully dragged back to the forefront. The thug had cocked back his free hand and twisted his body when suddenly a metallic taste filtered through the back of my throat. A chill ran down my spine like a jolt of electricity. Seeing what was going to happen next, I squeezed my eyes shut as tightly as possible and grit my teeth. You're making quite the racket, you stupid pieces of trash, says somebody. Thank God. Get out of my sight. That voice was a short distance away. Still holding me by the collar, the three thugs spun around to look behind them. Hello? They are not holding you by the collar in this CG. But okay. The fuck you say? Standing there was Shion. I mean, Mion. She stood there, displaying an imposing stature that I'd never seen before. She didn't have the same look on her face as she did when we were playing around during club. Those were the eyes that would instill fear in anyone who looked upon them. The eyes of a raptor. They were the epitome of terror. At the same time, they were the most reassuring things in the world. I'll only say this one more time. Let go of Kei-chan and get lost. Mion, without an ounce of fear, laid down her ultimatum. Of course, there was no way those three wouldn't go absolutely berserk. The situation instantly turned explosively dangerous. You fucking bitch! I'll fucking boss your head in! Stop it, Mion. Those guys are like rabid dogs. No amount of bluffing will work. Mion, it's dangerous. So, I knew what I was saying was pathetic. But I couldn't let Mion get involved in this. No matter how you looked at it, Mion was only bluffing. But did Mion even know the meaning of the word bluff? Y'all sometimes play card games. Yes, she knows. However, the reason behind everything soon became apparent. They were slowly increasing in number, little by little. At first, it was only businessmen on their way home stopping to take a look. Then it was housewives in the middle of shopping taking a gander. Next, what seemed like the owner of some store showed up. It was pretty clear he wasn't just looking. Around Mion, there was already about 7 people gathered. It felt different than people coming out to support a friend. If I had to say why, it was because the group that gathered was diverse in age and gender. The 3 thugs seemed to slowly realize that there was something strange about the situation. Who the hell are these guys? Behind them, at some point, 4 more people of different clothes and ages had gathered. A girl who looked to be in middle school, a man wearing a bakery apron, an old lady in a house-cleaning smock. More and more people of various ages. Their gazes, comparable to Mion's, were of hostility, of intimidation. Before I realized it, over 10 people had formed a ring around us. At that moment, 5 elementary schoolers ran in and joined the circle. There were some familiar faces, some of our classmates. And these people were residents of Hinamizawa? More and more people from Hinamizawa gathered around. In obvious contrast, the residents of Okinomiya were passing by as quickly as possible. The fuck are you guys? Go the fuck away! The group surrounding us had suddenly swelled to around 20 people. Completely encircled, the faces of the thugs began to show the first signs of panic. Nobody spoke a word, Mion included. That made everything completely unnatural. And depending on which side you were on, completely terrifying. Only the thugs' voices echoed out like they were screaming. Somebody took a step forward, closing the gap between them. As they did, everybody else took a step forward, shrinking the circle. The hoodlums went pale as they were pushed together, back to back, while still yelling angrily. They were trying to string together vulgarities, but for some reason it sounded like they were crying out for help. Alright, what's going on here? What's going on? It was sudden. A solidly built officer cut his way through the crowd. Is it Oishi-san? At some point, 2 police cars had arrived. Some passerby had undoubtedly called for them. Several burly officers appeared from inside the second vehicle. Oh, officer! Good timing. There you go, the extortionists caught red-handed. Please, arrest them. The fuck? This Brad's the one that's wrong here! Mion, returning to her usual self, was nonchalantly pointing out the hoodlums to the police. Of course, the thugs were furious. But now that it had come to this, there was nothing they could do. It was their loss. Okay, come over here for a sec. Come on already. The officers handcuffed the thugs and dragged them towards the patrol cars. The fuck? Let me go! We're the victims here. Are you listening? Damn it! No matter how much of a ruckus they caused, the officers paid no heed. In the blink of an eye, they were crammed inside the 2 vehicles. They could still be heard yelling while inside the police cars, but what they were saying was no longer intelligible. It is Oishi-san! Are you alright? Are you injured? He was probably a detective. The man leading the police peered at my face. No, not really. Well, that's a bit of a silver lining then. Well then, have a good year. The portly man, after taking a quick look around, addressed the crowd. Thank you, citizens, for your timely report. Thanks to your efforts, we were able to keep the peace today. It's a wonderful thing.
Thank you for your hard work, Detective Oishi. As a citizen, I thank you for your daily efforts. It's an honor for a detective from the 1st Division to come out all this way.
The way Shion talked didn't have a very pleasant tone. It was a coincidence. I happened to hear the call over the radio on my way back from the prefectural office. I just made a little detour.
Please, keep up the good work. I pray for success in your future endeavors.
Aw, shucks. It's a good thing there were no injuries, though. Oishi-san! We're done here. Let's go. Well then, have a good year. Sorry, could you make way? The detective named Oishi, after jovially making pleasantries, lumbered over to the waiting police car. It quickly set off, disappearing down the city street. It was over so quickly. So quickly, I was dumbstruck. I didn't even get to ask the officer what was going on. It was like they came here quickly to disperse the mob before any trouble could start. After making sure the police cars had left, Mion snapped her fingers sharply.
Alright, that's a wrap. And don't come back.
That was the signal. The tension melted away in an instant as everybody began smiling. What the fuck? A middle-aged man helped me up. Are you okay, young Maibara? And next time, pick your fights a bit better. It's not like I wanted to fight. Are you hurt anywhere? If you hit your head, it would be a good idea to get an x-ray taken. An older lady I didn't know the name of was concerned about my injury. You were lucky this happened right in front of the station when it was busy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to gather as many people. Next time, be more careful. The city kids these days are pretty unruly. Honestly. I was even warned by the old lady in the smock. As Shion finished applauding the dispersing group for their efforts, she strode over to me. Well, you're pretty good, Kei-chan. But I also think you should be a bit more careful about who you pick a fight with. Thanks, Mion. You saved my bacon there. Like I said, I'm Shion. She made a troubled expression as she turned her gaze downward, blushing in embarrassment. I heard from my sister. That fur seal keychain was yours, Kei-chan? Oh, yeah, that's right. I was just heading to the restaurant. And you ended up feeling so excited that you got mixed up in something weird? No, it was my turn for my face to go red. I didn't want to admit that she was spot on. Well, I was just unlucky. But you really saved me, Shion. You don't have to thank me. So, if you see somebody else getting bullied, help them out, okay? We value that kind of thing very highly here. I was well versed in that sense of camaraderie. But the way I was rescued just now, something seemed a little off about that. While I was helped out, it was honestly to an almost disturbing degree. You're coming into the restaurant, right? You must be tired, so why don't you relax for a bit? My treat. Seems that she caught the glimmer of suspicion in my eyes. Without waiting for my answer, Shion began walking. Well, we finally got a glimpse of something weird going on. Because that was very weird to just, like, spawn that many people to come help. Okay, we're not done. Good. I was like, don't let this be the end of the chapter. I want to keep going for a bit. After cooling off a bit inside the restaurant, little by little, I realized I was still on edge. There were spots here and there on my body that hurt, probably because I had been so stiff with nervousness. Shion, who had changed into her uniform, brought over 2 glasses of iced coffee. Here you go. Iced coffee, on the house. Just bring this coupon with you to the register, and it'll be no charge. My patheticness really knew no bounds. But since she went through the trouble, I might as well take her up on the offer. Even though it had started out as such a lovely day, I had to get carried away and do that stupid thing. I had completely ruined it. But really, you really saved my hide there. I've really come to see you as reliable. Even I was scared, but Kei-chan was in trouble, so I had to be brave and do my best. While a little embarrassed by what she just said, Shion made a show of folding her arms boldly. Shion, really, thank you. I was thanking Shion, but I really wanted to thank Mion. Mion, really, thank you. Now, cheer up a little. If you feel indebted, then when you have the chance, you should help somebody in need. Like, for example, if I'm ever in trouble. Please, come and save me? Yeah, of course. It's a promise. You absolutely have to. Why do I get an ominous feeling from that? Like, this is lighthearted, but knowing this story, I'm like, now how is that gonna be a problem for us in the future? Taking advantage of my words, she seemed happy about my promise. So, if I'm ever in trouble, Kei-chan will come and save me. I hope trouble comes soon. You finally smiled. She said as she smiled herself, poking me in the cheek. A downtrodden Kei-chan is as good as an imposter. Come on, smile, smile. That tickles. Stop! Thanks to Shion's meddling, I finally cheered up a little. All the muscles in my body that had stiffened because of the incident finally began to relax a little. When you're in a better mood, don't you get a little hungry? I'm kind of hungry, so I want to eat some pancakes or something. Do you want some too, Kei-chan? I wanted to show a little restraint, but restraint wasn't my thing. That's why I replied without any. They're good, right? I'm pretty picky when it comes to pancakes. Don't worry, our pancakes have a pretty good reputation. Shion ordered some pancakes from a nearby waitress. Is it like those big, fluffy pancakes that they have in Japan? Because if so, that'd be awesome. Either way, pancakes sound good right now. Y'all making me hungry again. Stop! The cheese stick is wearing off! An employee ordering from another employee seems kind of weird. Hey, speaking of that, weren't you in the middle of a shift? You've just been slacking off for a while talking to me. I told my uncle that you saved me when I was surrounded by hoodlums, so he's rewarding you. So I have the manager's permission. That's exactly the opposite of what happened. Is that alright? It's perfectly fine. By the time the pancakes arrived, we had entered into a relaxed conversation. As the two of us ate pancakes, we livened the mood with some chit-chat. About what was on TV, celebrities, that kind of thing. Hobbies, food, really nothing more than idle chit-chat. Talking together like this, I once again became conscious of Shion being a girl. Hey, now that's funny talk, Keiichi Maibara. Shion and Mion are the same person. If there was anything different between them, it was only whether or not Mion admitted she was Mion. But given that, how come our conversation was this different? Kei-chan, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you? That's not true. If she were a guy, I'd punch the living daylights out of her. I think the reason you guys get along so well is because you have that kind of platonic relationship. It's a pretty rare and enviable thing to have, don't you think? I don't get what you're saying, but it really would be a waste to treat her like a girl. Hey, Kei-chan, that's sexist! It kind of is! Hearing the word sexist was cause for introspection. What was I prejudiced against Mion and Shion for? Mion was Mion. She was the best friend a guy could have. No reservations, and head and shoulders above me when it came to club activities. If I had met her 5 years earlier, my life would have probably been a lot more fun. Of this, I had no doubt. Then, what about Shion? She was Mion's little sister, and it hadn't even been 3 days since we met. Her relationship was much more distant, as the only thread we had in common was that I knew her sister. And for Shion, it was the same. I was somebody she met 3 days ago only because I was a friend of her sister's. The difference between Mion and Shion? Friendliness? Familiarity? Playing around with those unclear thoughts for a while. Pardon? I had stopped listening to Shion. Hypothetically, okay? Are you listening? Sorry. Yeah, I'm listening. This is just a hypothetical question, okay? A hypothetical, not an hypothetical. I mean, I've seen some people do that, but I'm pretty sure grammar will say a hypothetical, but anyway, I'll stop being grammar police right now. This is just a hypothetical question, okay? Both me and my sister are in trouble, okay? We're dangling off the side of a cliff. Which one of us do you save? You can only save one. That feels unfair considering you're the one asking. She wasn't saying it to tease me, but had a playful tone behind her voice. That's not a nice question. I want to save you both, but I can't do that, right? Right. You can only save either Shion or Mion. Who do you save? If it were Mion, I don't think she'd be in that situation in the first place, as it's something she could easily get out of herself. But what about the normal, frail Shion? I guess I'd have no choice. It's not my sister, right? If Mion and Shion were different people, I suppose it would come to that. I couldn't confirm nor deny it. She should have been smiling, but her gaze was locked firmly to mine. In other words, that's it, isn't it? My sister is... Huh? Sorry, I messed up what I was trying to say. Shion was trying to talk in a lighthearted manner, but I felt there was something more behind her words. Was Mion trying to tell me something through Shion? Not being able to put a finger on exactly what was vexing. Shion, to hide her embarrassment, turned the conversation around. More importantly, just now, were you surprised when everybody kept on showing up? Of course I was. If it were Rena or Satoko, that would have been one thing. But for all those people, young and old together, they were all from Hinamizawa, right? Yeah, that's right. Everybody in Hinamizawa is pretty close-knit. An enemy of one is the enemy of all. Nobody is going to look on from the sidelines. They're a pretty reliable group of residents. If somebody's being picked on, then everybody unites to get rid of the bully. It kind of sounds like the Mafia or the Yakuza's brand of unity. You shouldn't say something like that. It's something you should be thankful for. You were saved by that unity, weren't you? Never forget to show your appreciation. I half-heartedly agreed. I knew full well I should be appreciative. Everybody really is close-knit, aren't they? Maybe it's because of tradition? Hinamizawa has been in danger of becoming a ghost town on several occasions. There's been a history of the villagers uniting together each time to fight for the village's continued existence. For example, Kei-chan, do you know about the Hinamizawa Dam Project? Hinamizawa Dam Project? We're bringing that up now. Let's see, I feel like I've heard somebody talk about it before. About 10 years ago, there was a sudden proposal to build a dam here, which would have submerged Hinamizawa underwater. Oh, that story. I think I heard my dad talk about it. But I'm pretty sure that plan was cancelled, right? We made them cancel it. Everybody banded together. So that was a well-earned victory. That sounded pretty much like the story I heard. The protest intensified to the point where it was featured in newspapers and magazines. As a result, the plan was suspended. The whole story with the dam apparently started before I was born. At first, the proposal was only for exploratory purposes, or a small dam to control erosion. But then, the cat was let out of the bag. If it were completed, it would have been the biggest dam in Japan. Not just Hinamizawa, but several villages upstream would have been submerged as well. The protests immediately began. Petitions to cancel or relocate the project were drafted and submitted to the Diet. They even went so far as to go to the Ministry of Construction in Tokyo to hand over a direct appeal to the minister. The previous landowner sued the government, stating there were inconsistencies in the purchase agreement and the transaction should be nullified. Owners of yet unacquired land split their properties, increasing the number of landowners in order to stifle the project. It was all very precious when the land acquisition was still about money. Eventually, they started relying on eminent domain in order to seize land. It started at that point. The riot police began to get violent. Riot police? You mean the police? Why would they act violent? They punched. They kicked. There was a time I was hit. Right around here, I think. My skin split open and a whole lot of blood spilled out. Saying this, Shion indicated her temple by poking at it. What happened to the police? Filing a complaint against the riot police for police brutality would seem kind of strange for some reason. Naturally, they wouldn't pay heed to something like that. You wouldn't be able to establish proof on who exactly hit you, and they could justify their actions by saying you were interfering with police duties. My Nana went off like a firework. After that, it was amazing. Like a full-scale war. We weren't just going to sit by and... Excuse me. Tickle in my throat, sorry. We weren't just going to sit by and idly file complaints. We went on the offensive. First, in order to call attention to the government, they filed a temporary injunction in court. Then, in order to gain public support, they called in prominent scientists to state that Hinamizawa was a valuable nature preserve. They pressured the prefectural and municipal assemblies, saying that the prefectural governor ignored his constituents when he approved the project and demanded his resignation. They completely and thoroughly denounced him. Naturally, in Hinamizawa, a ferocious conflict worthy of being called the Dam War began. In order to suppress the police's brutality, they coordinated with the network channels and exposed the violence of the riot squad members to the public. On top of that, they put together a special expose themed around the government repressing the citizens and aired it nationally. It worked wonders. Following that, the SWAT teams had their hands cuffed. Day after day, the petitions and demonstrations continued. Propaganda was used to help garner support. The circle of support gradually expanded outwards from Hinamizawa. Either that bore fruit, or the government finally decided against it. It was announced that the dam project was indefinitely suspended just a few years ago. We did everything we could. The entire village banded together and fought. At that time, we were desperate. But now that it's over, it's actually become a pretty good memory. The villagers' feelings of solidarity and unity still haven't faded. Shion said that as she focused off into the distance. I felt that those eyes weren't filled with anguish, but rather a sense of pride. That kind of solidarity is pretty nice. You don't see it too often. Bridging the generation gap and unifying the region. I think so too. The dam project was a trial. I think that just the fact we were able to overcome it is huge. The fear I was feeling until just now gradually began to fade. When people began to show up one after another while I was engaged with those thugs, I thought it was frightening. But now, I felt from the bottom of my heart that I had been rude. The villagers prepared to defend their homeland to the death. The sense of solidarity that fostered. It might seem impudent to say this, but I was a little jealous. If I had been in Hinamizawa when the protest against the dam was going on, I might have been able to share in that sense of solidarity. Kei-chan, you weren't here at the time, so I don't think you can fully feel the solidarity in the village. But everybody shares it. Thoroughly. Even with somebody who just moved here like you, Kei-chan. She couldn't have been more right. So many people got together to help me out when I just moved here. Even though they were strangers whose names I didn't even know. A hot feeling began welling up inside of me. When I lived in the city, I didn't even know my own neighbors. I thought that was natural. But here, that was an absurd and pathetic thing. Even though I thought of them as strangers, all the other villagers viewed me as a comrade. Happiness and warmth. I was acutely aware of those feelings as they gradually welled up inside of me. Sonozaki-san, the manager wants you to work the floor. A more senior waitress waved her hand and called out to Shion. It seemed like it was time for work.
Okay, I'm coming.
Sorry. Looks like I have to get to work now. It's fine. Thanks for hanging out with me. It was fun.
Oh, are you going home?
Yeah. My mom gets fussy if I'm not home by dinner time. It seemed that Shion wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Like we hadn't talked enough, that kind of feeling. Looking at that expression, I regretted saying something that had disappointed Mion like that. I was about to say that I could stay for a bit longer when Shion got up from her seat. He's still going back and forth with the names.
Here. If you use the coupon, it should cover the pancakes as well.
Saying that, she showed me a coupon booklet as she tore out a few sheets and handed them to me.
Convenient, isn't it?
It's a perk I get on top of my salary. It's okay. I can pay for the pancakes myself.
Hey, being so reserved doesn't fit you, Kei-chan.
If I were my sister, you would have gladly let me pay for it. She said as she laughed, gently stopping me from opening my wallet. Being told so with such an encouraging smile really resounded with me.
Sonozaki-san, sorry, could you take care of the register? Yes, right away.
Later. Today was fun. Saying that, Shion smiled one more time at me. Oh, Mion, thanks a lot for today. I owe you one.
If you really think that, then return the favor. I'm looking forward to it.
After I said it, I realized I had mistakenly called her Mion. I didn't know if she realized it or not. Yeah, you keep going back and forth, bud. Also, did you get your key back? The whole reason you went? Lazing around and watching television after dinner was part of my daily routine. It might seem like a waste at first glance, but you could say it was an important time when I was able to accrue knowledge of everything from politics to economics to various trivia. After dinner was valuable time well spent while the brain was at its most supplied with nutrients. You idiot! It's obvious that Tokyo Tower is taller. Ah! Today I tested my knowledge of trivia by watching my weekly quiz show. Sitting in front of the television, I was able to get a lot of the answers right. But if I were actually up on stage, I'd probably fail miserably. Phone!
Keiichi, phone call from Sonozaki-san.
Which one? Okay. Sonozaki? That's Mion. It's a little late for her to be calling. I had a bad feeling about this. I had a hunch it was something to do with club activities. She was probably going to inform me about what we were doing tomorrow. This was Mion we're talking about. She might even go so far as to say we're doing club activities right now, so hurry up and come over. By the way, it was 8 p.m. Hello? No way we're having a club battle right now.
Huh? That's not it. I mean...
It was Mion, but with a very un-Mion-like way of talking. Huh. Could it be? Sorry. Could it be you're not Mion, but Shion?
That's right. Good evening. I'm sorry for calling so late.
For Mion, this would have been an ill-fittingly polite way of talking. But since it was Shion, it was natural. Even though they were both the same person, you're still going with that. Okay. With a dry smile, I enjoyed that mysterious feeling. No, it's fine. What's up?
Kei-chan, do you like sweets, like cakes or desserts?
There was no way I hated them. I'm an unabashed glutton.
That's great. Actually, there's a new dessert contest this summer.
Looks like they have a new dessert menu every season. So they were hiring taste testers for potential desserts.
The desserts at Angel Mort's have a good reputation. It's pretty difficult to get accepted as a taste tester. I'll get right to the point. Ta-da!
You say ta-da, but I can't see over the phone.
Still, could it be? That's right! I have a taste testing ticket right here. If you don't mind sweets, how about it?
When you say how about it, you basically mean with that ticket, I can eat all the new desserts I want? They say to beware of honeypots, but this is sweeter than any pot of honey. An all-you-can-eat free dessert? No way. If you're okay with that, I'll register you as a taste tester. Violet du fromage? Oh my gosh, my graphic didn't play, but hello, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my gosh. Much appreciated. Hello, how was your stream? I hope you had a good one. Right now, I am just going through Higurashi Chapter 2. Currently talking with Shion over the phone. Hope you're doing good. I hope you had a good stream. Thanks for stopping by and welcome raiders. Hope everyone had a good time. Entirely fair. Do what you gotta do after stream. Get rest, get your water, get some stretching. Do whatever you gotta do to relax. I'm glad you had a fun stream. And thank you so much again for the raid and for stopping by. What were you guys playing, if you don't mind my asking? As I continue reading for right now. I'm addicted to Pokemon Pocket. You know what? Same. Honestly, same. Yeah, I've been trying to go through the battles to get the emblems from that. Almost at the silver emblem because I took a few days off from it. But yeah, I completely understand. It's a very addicting little app. Moltres EX yet? No, I do not. Actually, no, I think I do have Moltres EX. I'm just so focused on my main deck right now is Pikachu EX and Zapdos EX. No sign of EX Articuno yet, though. Not yet, anyway. Articuno's avoiding me. Yeah, that's what I've noticed from the few times I've gone against it. Yeah, I need to build a Moltres deck at some point. Fire types just keep evading me, though. I'm working on it, though. Yeah, Pikachu EX is just, it's so good. I kind of built the deck because I wanted something to go against the Lapras EX event going on right now. And Pikachu and Moltres, not Moltres, sorry, Pikachu and Zapdos put together. It's just like, you're gonna have a heavy hitter one way or another. Yeah, it's been fun figuring out, like, what I want in my deck as I build it. Normally, I'm not much of a deck builder. I just collect cards because I like the art on them, and I appreciate the art and the artistry. But this time around, it's like, I'm actually strategizing and deck building. Holy shit, this is fun. Alright, glad y'all are having fun with that. Absolutely. We appreciate Pokemon here. Okay, so let's see. Back to the reading for now. But yeah. Absolutely, yeah. It's like, it's definitely a great entry if anybody's ever curious about the game. Absolutely. Okay, but yeah, I'm glad, again, thank you so much for the raid, and of course, glad you're having fun, and do what you gotta to relax after stream. It is time to take it easy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alright, so let's see. Alright, so let's see. If you're okay with that, I'll register you as a taste tester. When you come to the restaurant tomorrow, just give the person in charge your name. By the way, did you KG, I have to wonder, did you ever pick up your key when you went to the restaurant? The whole reason you went over. Then everything will work out. When you say everything will work out, you mean all you can eat? For free? Yeah, it's free. There's quite a bit, so I recommend you come hungry. This was such a delectable opportunity, it was almost scary. This was really Shion, right? It wasn't Mion posing as Shion in order to bait me into a trap, was it? Well, I suppose this would be the days before caller ID was a thing, so yeah, I don't know if you can confirm the phone number or not. What am I saying? They're the same person. So he thinks. Honestly, the game isn't letting us determine one way or the other at this point. Yeah. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kei-chan. You're thinking this is too good to be true, right? I mean, I would never... Snort. I heard from my sister, but you're really somebody who can't tell a lie. I'm not averse to somebody like that. Shion laughed with a voice that sounded a lot like how Mion would laugh. It's not like I was intending on it, but it just so happens that my shift ends early tomorrow. If it's not a bother, I thought maybe we could spend a little time together after I'm done? God, not even being subtle at this point. Your shift ends early tomorrow. Yeah, so while you take your time eating dessert, I'll finish up. Well, I didn't have any plans anyway. I don't mind hanging out with you for a bit. It's not like we have to go anywhere. I was thinking we could cool off in the evening while we take a walk. There was no reason for me to refuse. Out of courtesy, I might as well take her up on her offer. By the way, Kei-chan, you and I have been meeting up every day, haven't we? Now that you say it, I guess we have. Since you said okay, we have an excuse to meet again tomorrow. Huh? What was Mion saying? Kei-chan, your voice just cracked. What's the matter? It wasn't a video phone, but I could tell she was beet red. Well then, you should definitely come tomorrow. I'll take my leave here. Good night. Good night. Shion finished with what she had called to say, ended the conversation without any chit-chat. When I returned to the living room after hanging up the phone, the TV was already off and my mom was sleeping in the rocking chair. Not feeling like turning the TV back on, I went back upstairs and returned to my room. I've only been receiving favors from Shion, haven't I? She brought me a bento and saved me when I got involved with those thugs. She was supposed to be a different person, so I could thank Mion at school. Come to think of it, she'd probably just say she'll pass it on to her sister. I have to thank Shion directly. Tomorrow, I'll have to repay her somehow. I swear to God, if this is actually the end of the chapter. Well, let's see. God damn, it was the end of the chapter. Okay. Mob mentality, get rescued. Achievement acquired. Okay, so yeah. I will say, for folks who are joining in now, I was saying before that I was going to go through one more chapter, and I didn't realize there was that little time left in the chapter. But yeah, I was just going to go through one more chapter because I have an early morning. But yeah, I'll say about setting up a raid before we go. But of course, before wrapping it up, I gotta read the new tips. Gotta look at the tips. The tips have important additional context. Why did the picture change that drastically? What the fuck? Details of the Delinquent 3. Yeah, what happened with them? Let's see. Just why are you... Oh god, I gotta read their words again, goddamn. Why are you arresting us? Bullshit, let go of me. Kuma-chan, you can let go of their arms now. Here, please, sit down. Let's just... Yeah, Starmie is definitely... Starmie EX especially, definitely a key player in the water meta right now. Plus with Articuno and the way Blizzard hits the benched Pokemon as well, taking away a huge safety net. Like, yeah, I could see that being a huge meta play right there. Yeah, Pikachu and Zapdos feel like somewhere in the middle, because Zapdos is very luck-based because of the coin flip mechanic. And you would think flipping 4 coins and then, you know, doing 50 damage per heads, you would think that would work out well. But then there's me. consistently getting only 1 heads out of 4. And not too long ago, literally in the same battle, 3 times in a row, 4 tails. Literally. So there is some more luck-based strats if you go with the Zapdos Pikachu combo. Meanwhile, Mewtwo, it's like luck of the draw on how quick you can get Gardevoir set up. Absolutely. There are times, even with my deck built, going against the Lapras EX, like, based on whatever I draw, I will still lose against it with my electric deck. It all depends. That's really what it comes down to with card games, though, is how much the heart of the cards is with you. Alright, so let's see what's up with these guys. The 3 people rubbed their arms painfully. Kumagai-kun and the others must have been squeezing them pretty tightly. So we got Kuma-chan's real name. Don't get me wrong. I haven't arrested you or anything. Kuma-chan, go get me something cold from the fridge, please. Would you like your barley with foam or without? They plunked down onto the reception sofa, and despite not yelling anymore, they still had dangerous expressions. What I'd give to be young again. I'll drink, even if you don't, you know. Excuse me for helping myself. Beer is best when you drink it on the job. Are you allowed to do that, sir? As he downs the beer with glee, the 3 people exchanged glances, then finally reached out for their cans. I mean, unless it's like the beer my mom drinks, which is literally just like beer-flavored water. Yeah, especially your Professor and yeah, absolutely. And then it's just a matter of what else you need in your deck. Like, whichever, like, support cards happen to work best for you. They hadn't stopped being cautious. It was more like they didn't see a reason to refuse. They each opened their cans and began to drink the contents. Where did you guys come from? He scooched over, which means we might be seeing another, avatar in a moment. Let's see. Where did you guys come from? You're not from around here. So they're outsiders. Hinamizawa fighting against outsiders, huh? Like chapter 1? Like chapter 1? Like chapter 1? Anyway, they looked at each other again, suspicious of whether they should tell him. Are you all college students? Friends on a trip? You were probably traveling on bikes or something. It sounds like fun I wish I was having. You don't live close by, do you? Where did you come from? Osaka, perhaps? What does it matter to you? Now, there's no use trying to intimidate me. You would have all been in a lot of trouble if I'd left you there, right? They seemed to recall the thrilling event from earlier. While they could understand getting surrounded by students or a gang, or something along those lines, they would never have been surrounded by locals, both young and old, both men and women, before. It was easy to imagine how scared they must have been. If you were from here, the people of Hinamizawa wouldn't have done anything to you, no matter what you had done wrong. They're all special. Not in the sense of parents not wanting to get involved in their children's fights. If one person gets bullied, the village will come out in full force. That's not just an idle threat, you know. They couldn't argue against that. They themselves had been surrounded. They'd seen it with their own eyes. There was no doubt about it. Around these parts, if the people of Hinamizawa give you a glare like that, you'll simply get demoned away, and no one will hear from you again. Demoned away, you say? Huh? Demoned away? We're starting to lean more in. I'm starting to get the taste of the spoopy! You'll suddenly disappear without a trace. Do you all have families that would get the police to search for you if you went missing? If not, then that's bad. You'll vanish, and that'll be the end of it. You're saying that probably so calmly. Even then, we got there soon enough that nothing happened. If we'd been late, things could have taken a turn for the worse. If they'd been forced into an alleyway, These young men wouldn't be sitting on a couch right now. They might be lying on an autopsy table. Well, probably not. Anyway, perhaps they'd be a little more cooperative if we'd found them as corpses. How did you all get to Okinomiya? By train? By bike? Bike. That's not good. They're still parked there, aren't they? If you go waltzing in to get them back, they really might gang up on you. How's that? We'll take them all! Calm down, calm down. Why are young people these days so quick with the shouting? You don't want any more trouble, right? Tell me the bike license plate numbers. I'll bring them here for you. Kuma-chan, please, borrow the loading truck we use for traffic disasters. Got it. It's fine. We'll get them ourselves. Do you really want to get surrounded again? The police may not be fast enough to save you this time. It's fine, isn't it? If we surrounded, they gonna get knocked down. Hey, you three. I have never seen him make a serious face like that. This is the first time, Abby. Oh my gosh. You're drinking the barley with foam, right? Try turning your engines on. I'll arrest you on the spot for drunk driving. That's fucking dirty! Your tax dollars will be put to good use in bringing all your bikes here. Quit complaining and tell me the goddamn license plate numbers, you pieces of shit. Oh my god, Oishi-san! The three were hesitant to tell him the numbers. They were mumbling something along the lines of not remembering them since they just bought the bikes. Oh, that's what I thought. Kuma-chan, go with the truck and bring the bikes back. Get the tough-looking red Yamaha, the one with the broken right taillight, and the white one that had packing tape stuck to the seat. It's those ones. They belong to you, right? They didn't answer. Those must be the right ones. Oishi-san, the truck is here, so I'll get going. Yes, please do. Wait, Kuma-chan, hold on. One more thing. What's up? Look up the numbers. You don't want to bring the wrong ones back. The three people's faces changed color. They made themselves very easy to understand. Let's take it easy here until your bikes get back. There's more beer, you know. We have some snacks, too. Want to watch TV? There's probably nothing on, though. Nah, thanks. We's leaving. Don't want to hang here forever. Suddenly, there were 5 or 6 huge officers surrounding them. Their clearly overpowering stares nailed them to the sofa. What? What did we do? Going on a trip by stealing motorcycles, huh? Students these days have too much time on their hands. Great detective work, detective. That explains why they didn't want to say anything. Okay, I thought they were just being stubborn, goddamn. Alright, going ahead, saving there. Made it to chapter 4. Or made it through chapter 4, so now we're at chapter 5. So let's see, that was 2, 3, 4. We got through three chapters today. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, seeing as it's almost 2 in the morning, and I have been talking for, like, 4 hours straight. More than that, actually. I unfortunately gotta call it there.